Hello, 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 everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Good to see you all in here. Hey, Ladybug. All right, number one. Hello, all. Let's go. Amen. Soaring free, number two. There you go, girl. Hello, hello, hello. Hello to you. And number three, Robin Shack. All right. Hey, PG in chat. Hey, girlfriend. Good to see you. Good to see you in here. And number four is Texas Blue 22. All right. PG, much love to all of you all. God bless. Much love to you. All right. Australia. There you are, girlfriend. Good to see you in here. God bless. And let's see who else is in here. Hey, Halabu, how you doing? Good to see you. Oh me, oh my. Hello, PG and Summer's Army. Hello to you. God bless. Much love. Miss Justice. There you are. There you are. I knew you weren't going to be far from the top. All right. Much love, PG. Hey, girl. Prayers and love to you. And yes, may we get justice for Summer. Amen. I appreciate that. Appreciate that, Australia. God bless. Deputy Sheriff, how you doing, sweetie? Howdy, everybody. Howdy to you. Good to see you. Oh, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Texas Blue. Please remember to hit the thumbs up, share, subscribe. Amen. Amen. I appreciate that, girlfriend. Absolutely. Hey, Robin. How you doing, sweetie? Good to see ya. Let me see. I think I just missed somebody. Lisa, I don't want to miss you. Ladybug. I don't want to miss none of y'all. I'm going to the bottom. On OnlyFans. Hey, Karen, how you doing? Foster, good to see you. Oh, wow. Oh, me, oh, my. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yes, yes. Become a member. Amen. Amen. I'm excited. I'm excited. She became a member. God bless. Um, hey, Suzanne, how you doing, sweetie? That's a good one. Oh, Suzanne became a member. All right. I appreciate that. God bless. Bridget, how you doing? Hey, lovely from Spunky. Good to see you. Miranda, how you doing, sweetie? Yay, PG. Much love to you. Hey, girl, how you doing, Parker? Hey, PG and all beautiful people. Hey, how you doing, beautiful? Good to see you in here. Debbie, good to see you, hon. Minnie Pearl. I love that. I love that. Ladybug says hello, hello, hello. True crime junkie. Hey, right? There's Nyla. How you doing, sweetie? Hello to all. Hello to you. April. Let me get down through here. There's Molly. There's Molly. Oh, I was looking for you last night, Molly. I was looking for you, girlfriend. We was talking about where's Grandis. We needed to know if she's at your place or not. Right? Or not. Last time I heard, that was your lady. Oh, yeah. Cuddles Monsters Moms. And hey, mods and chat. Hey to you, sweetie. See, I told you. Phoebe, Granny said I can't I can't give her no love and I can't stand a camper. See, I told you. Molly knows where Grandis is at. Right? Hey Parker, I appreciate that. Wow. I got super chat. All right. That is so nice. Hello, PG in chat. Hello, Petty Allen. How you doing, sweetie? Tropicana, there you are. Good to see you guys. Hey, C. Oh, Whoop Angel, how you doing, sweetie? Absolutely. I appreciate that, Molly. I appreciate it. Ah, how you doing, Rita? Good to see you, sweetheart. Hello, PG Mons in chat. Much love to you. You know it. God bless you. Hey, Sherry. Good to see you. I hope you're feeling well. Absolutely. I'm doing good. Doing good. Oh, says I'm well. Thank you. Justice for summer. Amen. Amen. Girl, you just let us know you need prayer. You need prayer. We'll be praying. We've been praying for Brat. She's been going through a little bit of stuff, and we got to keep those prayers going up for her. Amen. Amen, grieving mama. Prayers for justice for Summer Moon Utah Wells, all the missing children. Prayers for PG, mods, and chat, all of Summer's Army. Much love to PG and all of Summer's Army. Love and prayers. Amen. Beautiful girl. Beautiful. I appreciate that. Ah, Rita, I appreciate super sticker. All right. I appreciate that, girl. God bless. God bless. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Keep those prayers going up. God brings you to it. Always know He's going to bring you through it. Always know. He don't ever give us more than we can handle. So know that you can handle it, and everything will be okay. And it will. It will. Worry not. Worry not. Hey, super sticker. I appreciate that, girl. I appreciate it. God bless. I appreciate that, Phoebe. Absolutely. If you haven't hit the thumbs up, please do. Please do. Girl, I'm gonna tell you, I have actually ate my weight in caramels. For real. I mean, I don't know what's up with caramel, but caramel ice cream, caramel candy, caramel, just give me the caramel. Right? Just bring on the caramels. I can do my weight and some caramels. For real. I so like caramel. Caramel apple pie. If it's got caramel on it, I am there. I am there for it. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. Usually, usually I'm like more of a strawberry, you know, like strawberry type person. Um, Blueberry, strawberry. But for some reason, oh my gosh, I want caramel on everything, right? Like on my pancakes. I want it on everything. Just give me the caramel. You do not know. Uh, like the Werther's original caramels, you do not know how much money they've made off of PG. Right? I mean, I buy bags and bags and bags of it. I need that caramel. Oh, I put it on anything. I'll straight um, just put it on everything. Put it on my spaghetti. Right? Put it on my spaghetti. Put it on everything. I do. I love it. And I haven't ever really been an overly big fan of caramel before, but for some reason, give me caramel apples, apple pie, just give me caramel ice cream. I don't even care. Give me everything. I'd be taking butter, putting it in a pan and melting it down and pouring it on popcorn, pouring it on everything. It's like, it's weird. It's really weird. I have people staring at me. I got people staring at me like, you do some strange stuff sometimes, right? While everybody else is putting milk on their cereal, I'm pouring caramel in mine. And then you look at them like, when people stare at you, you look at them like, what? Like, it's the normalest thing in the world for you to be pouring caramel on everything, right? It's like the light bulb ain't come on in your head yet, This is weird, right? Oh, wow. Apple pie shake? Really? Oh, gosh. She says Arby's got an apple pie shake. Tastes just like caramel apple. Whoa. Girl, you are tempting me. I'm already big as a house. Right? And only thing I can say is I'm already big as a house. What the heck, right? What the heck? Hell yeah. Just give me some. I'm gonna tell you what, I am enjoying uh a lot of food I didn't get before, because I was so worried and nervous, I was always worried about staying fit. I'm like, what the hell? Let's throw fitness out the window. Right? I'm going to be stuck. I'm going to be stuck taking care of a baby, right? I'm going to be stuck taking care of a baby. Who cares? Who cares about being fit, right? I'm worried about being fed right now. I'm going to tell you. I hate to say it, but you, for real, when I say I'm big as a house, you guys think I'm kidding. I am I am freaking big as a house. Like my kid goes out the door before I do. The only way I can go out the door before it does is to turn around and back out. I have to back out if I want to go out first, right? This kid's going to be like, whoa, it's going to be, I'm afraid it's going to be like huge, right? It's going to come out. It's going to come out walking. It's got to be big. I don't know. Because it does stay hungry. I stay hungry. You know, I used to do like maybe 2 meals a day at the most. 2 meals a day. Usually I just usually got dinner. Maybe a little something around noon or whatever. And then, eat dinner. And I wasn't ever big on eating at all. But I'm like in the refrigerator. I'm in the refrigerator in the morning. I'm back in it an hour later. I live in the kitchen. I live in the kitchen, you guys, for real. I'm ready to move my damn bed closer to the kitchen just so I could be near the kitchen, right? I need to be near, all the snacks, everything. I'm walking around with potato chips in, one hand and freaking Rice Krispie treats in the other. And, I got freaking caramels in my pockets. Yeah, my pockets are full of stuff. My pocketbook is full of stuff. It's crazy. I wasn't until a few months ago. I wasn't pregnant until just recently. I decided to go ahead and get married. And yeah. Oh, 8 pounds. 8 pounds, 13 ounces. Oh, yeah. I think my baby's going to be like huge. I think it's going to be huge. I'm worried. I'm worried. I am straight worried. I mean, this kid can eat the kitchen, can eat the whole kitchen. I'm telling you. Are you right, Molly? I seen that picture. I seen that picture. Did anybody else see that picture? I gotta wonder who took it. Was it Fred or was it Donald? Was that Fred or was it Donald that took that picture of Candace's backside? And why the hell would she stand out in a place like that and let somebody take a picture of her backside? That is disgusting. That is disgusting. They're trying to sell this stuff on the dark web. They're trying to put this stuff on the dark web. Who does that? Who does that? Put a one in the chat if you've seen that picture of her standing out in the field. She's like standing in a field with no breeches on. No breeches on. I'm like, what? Oh my God. That is, oh my God. Put it two if you found it disgusting as hell. I was like, whoa. This ain't good. This ain't good. Yeah. I'm going to tell you something. Only thing that picture could do Only thing you could do on the dark web. Only thing I could do, that picture could do on a dark web is get somebody on there really angry, right? I mean, they'd be trying to look you up, find out where you're at, right? Come and get you for blinding them for a few minutes, right? Oh no, right? That's just disgusting. I'm like, whoa. um, what people will resort to, right? What they will resort to for the dollar. Ain't Donald working? Ain't he working? I mean, dang. Yeah, I seen her. I seen her out there. Yeah, I don't know, you guys. I have no idea. Yeah, he put it out there. He put it out there. I'm like, whoa, you know, that's just. And I heard, I don't know, I don't know, but I heard there was other pictures, other pictures like that floating out there as well. You know, I heard there's other pictures of the front floating out there, not just the back. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't get into that. Yeah, that's disgusting. Straight up disgusting. Hey, how you doing? How you doing, Sunflower May? Good to see you in here, sweetie. Good to see you. Oh, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, the buzzards were circling. I bet they were. Right? That's hilarious, Ladybug. That's a good one. She'll get to it. Yeah, I'm going to get to it. I'm going to get to it. Anyway, I want to show you guys. Um, Guinea. Guinea is the one that sent this to me. Guinea went out. She went out there and videoed up that area, and she sent it to PG. She sent it to me so I could share it with all of you, and I so appreciate it. Guinea, if you're listening, I couldn't write you. I can't write you back because I'm not a friend. I wanted to send you a friend request on Facebook, but I couldn't send you one. I couldn't send you one because you need to send me one. I wanted to write back to you, but I wasn't able to for some reason. So I wanted you to know to send me a friend request, please.
Ben Hill Road. Looks like they've been doing some construction or something up here.
I hate it. I hate it when people fly that fast around you, right? Like they ain't got no sense. They're like an accident that ain't happened yet.
Ben Hill Road. Here to the right is the Wells house. And there's that bench. And that's weird.
And this, I guess this stuff out here, you see the little Christmas tree and the stuff. I guess that's what Donald tore down and ripped down. And, this is what the people stopping up there and, putting stuff. And that's what that's what he's destroying.
Zoom in on that bench. And the Christmas tree beside it. And the mailbox. And I think this is where the Bernards lived, at that driveway. Ben Hill Road. Just past the Wells house. I think this is where 167 is where Fred used to live. And it looks like they've torn that down completely. Wow.
We need more people doing that. We need more people. We need more people, right? Removing ground like that up there to see if they, if they find anything um related to Summer's case.
Oh, I just washed my car. I know what those are for. Maybe that's Fred Hill's house. Maybe that was it.
Look at old Fred. Look at old Fred.
Wow. I'm just gonna turn. I'm gonna go away from them.
Isn't that a scary house? Isn't that house freaking scary? There's pictures. There's pictures. I have pictures of this house, and it is freaky. It is freaky looking.
I got it blocked off. Can't go any further.
That's the end of it, you guys. That's the end. That is the end of it. Right, right. Look at this. They're up there. They're up there trying to flatten. They're trying to flatten some land. Um, they're obviously going to build. They're going to build something. They got something in mind that they're going to put there, but they're flattening. They're flattening the land. Wow. She said that it got dark on them when they were out there. It got dark on her and her brother. So they're going to go back. They're going to go back when they got more daylight and get some more footage and get some more footage out there is what she told me. That's what she told me. But as you can see, the Wells place was not all roped off. There was no big, no yellow caution tape or anything around the Wells property. No caution tape around the Wells property whatsoever. No caution tape through Ben Hill Road at all. There was someone in there, grading the ground down. Obviously going to build up something, which I think they're going to have a lot of problems. I'm pretty sure if they're thinking of putting, a new home up there, or, something of value, they're going to have, some hate on their back because the taxes, these people don't want nobody. They don't want nobody in there doing anything to cause the taxes to go up. They want it to stay. They want that place to stay, ran down, secluded, ran down, looking like, like it does, in order to keep the taxes, at $100-$200 a year, right? They don't want those taxes. That's what that was Jody Sue's biggest peeve, is, these mother effers better not be coming in here. They were afraid if, some people, developers, came in there and started, developing the land and, making the place look good, a home away from home type thing, like timeshares, kind of like a timeshare area where you could go and just get away from all the noise, the city, camp out, live on the land, for a while. They were afraid the property values would rise. And they don't want these people in there. They don't want nobody in, the people that's in there, they don't want you doing nothing new. And they don't want nobody on the outside coming in to do nothing new. And they're adamant. I mean, they like bond together up there, and they're adamant about, destroying. If you try to do something, they're adamant at trying to destroy what you're doing. That place is evil. That place is very evil and very ran down, you've seen it. That's the way they want to keep it. It's disgusting. But at some point, with the way the world is developing, right? The way that the United States is, so many people, so little land, so many people, that developers are going to get there. They always do. Developers show up everywhere. And at some point, they're going to show up there. They're going to start buying and leveling all of that stuff. They're going to start putting up, big hotels. They're going to start putting up, stores. They're going to come through and, put up restaurants and stores and hotels and communities, with cracker box houses that look all alike, and they're going to develop it. And the taxes are going to go way up. They're going to go up. I don't know how they kept them out so far. I'm not sure how they kept them out so far. But it happens. It happens to, all over the world. And they're clearing a lot, unless it's going to be one going to be a big one or a big yard. Chilly says that yeah, you know that I didn't think it looked. You know, to be that much. I didn't think it really looked to be that much.
Ben Hill Road. Looks like they've been doing some construction or
mm,
something
yeah,
up here.
I guess you're right, Chillbilly. Poor people killed on the road there. No, it was two people. It was two people who was affiliated with Fred Hill and Ben Hill Road, and one out of the two that wrecked there early one morning. One passed away. One made it. One didn't. One of them passed away. And that was right there on Beach Creek. It was on Beach Creek where the accident actually happened. And one made it, one didn't. And you know, I found that pretty odd. Do you guys remember that? Do you guys remember when that accident happened down real early in the morning down on Beach Creek, where the two guys, one of the guys passed away, the other one made it, but one passed away. And I guess, you know, somehow he flew out of the car or something, the vehicle. And anyhow, I found it, you know, that ain't what I found. Well, I did find it strange that, you know, they're down there on that road so early in the morning, you know, having an accident. But it also, what I really found strange is Candace was standing straight up at the top of the hill, pointing the damn camera down there. Right? She's standing at the top of the hill, pointing the camera straight down there where this accident had happened. Super early in the morning, you know. It almost seemed like, you know, she was out there waiting for him to come down the road and end up the way they did, right? Something fucking creepy about it. Something creepy about it. Put a one in the chat if you guys remember that. There was something really creepy about her being up there with the camera down on these people. That was just freaking weird.
that bench, and that's weird. Zoom in on that bench. And the Christmas tree beside it. Zoom in on that bench.
Now, you see all this stuff? There's a bunch of stuff hanging back there behind this memorial bench, and there's stuff all on it. And then there's like a little Christmas tree somebody put there for summer, and that's the stuff. This is what Don supposedly is going mayhem about, right? Is what he supposedly is going mayhem about. Is is all of that. And as you can see, as she's coming down through here, you can see right there. You see up on the hill? Can you see the house up on the hill right there? And all the junk starting to pile up there. See?
Here to the right is the Wells house, and there's that bench, and that's weird.
And as you can see back here, hold on.
To the right is the Wells.
As you can see, the bottom of the property has not been mowed or cleaned since summer went missing. A lot of people said, why in the hell did he go down there and clean the whole bottom of that property? Like, clean it out, mow all the grass and everything at the bottom of the property. Right before, even another man even said that damn property hadn't ever been cleared off like that since Don and Candace took over up there. When the mother and her husband, Don's mother and her husband had it, they kept that clear down there at the bottom, that big area clean and clear. But the guy, even the guy said, he said, after Don and Candace got there, that property had never been cleared, cleaned off like that again until Summer went missing. He said, that was, he got very suspicious as to why did they take time to clear all of that off, like they knew it was going to have police vehicles and everything parked in it in order to search or look for Summer. Like Don and Candace was trying to make a good impression that that they keep their area down there clean or whatever, right? There was something very damn suspicious about that. And it ain't ever been cut since. Look at this. Look at it. It ain't motherfucking cleaned and cleared now, is it? No.
House, and there's that bench, and that's weird. Zoom in on that bench.
Yeah. Look, they haven't done nothing to clean the ground down here. Don can tear everything off the poles, and but he can't get a rake. He can't get a rake and go down there. Him and Candace can't get rakes and go down there and clean up. All of this. Wow. And look at that driveway. Look at that damn thing. Oh my God. All the rocks are gone. Look at that. That ain't nothing but chug holes of mud. They ain't even no freaking rocks. No rocks going up there anymore. Right? This dude can't even afford gravel. He can't even afford gravel for the driveway. Wow. Yeah. And that's dangerous. That's dangerous because that mud is slippery. It's slippery coming down through there. You need the gravel because, you know, it helps to, you know, it catches the tires and helps, you know, the car stay, you know, balanced and gripped to the road. But that mud, you know, that dirt is, oh my God. That could be bad. That could be real mother freak. It's the way that driveway is, you know, it could be real bad for somebody, you know, coming down it.
And I think this is where the Bernards lived, at that driveway.
Man, they don't even pay enough taxes to keep their roads. Look at this road. They don't even pay enough taxes to mother freaking widen the road or get better roads, you know, get better roads back in there, right? I'd rather pay a little more taxes and, you know, have them lay a decent road back through there, widen it, you know, make it safer. It needs a safer road. And these people, God have mercy.
Ben Hill Road. Just past the Wells house.
She said, I just washed my car. Right.
I think this is where 167 is where Fred used to live. And it looks like they've torn.
She said that's where Fred used to live. That she believes this is where Fred used to live. And I think that's the property his sister sold off. And it looks like they're, you know, they're going to put something there. Whoever got this plans on putting something there.
Completely. Wow.
Well, I bet it's a home. I bet they're going to put up a home there. It's going to be nice. It's going to be really, really nice.
Oh, I just want my car. maybe that's Fred Hill's house. Maybe that was it.
He said that's for himself. Can't miss Fred's place. He just can't miss it.
Blocked off. Can't go any further.
You don't get to
Bean
go
Hill Road.
no farther than that. So that's where it ends. It ends down there. That's as far as you get to go. Anyway, Don and Candace, you seen at the house that there was no caution tape, like they were saying, all around, the Wells property. You got to take a look at, what people's been up there doing, what he was complaining about. You gotta, they're up there just, trying to let Summer know they love her. They're just up there, trying to support Summer. And Don and Candace have a real problem with that. They have a real problem with you supporting Summer. They want you to support them, right? They want you to support them. And they've been that way. They've been that way from day one, right? From day one. Very, very ugly. Very ugly. Don and Candace both have said awful things about their own daughter, right? They say awful things about their own daughter. It's hard to believe that people like this even exist in our world. It's very hard to believe that, that a community out here for Summer has had to endure these two evil human beings on top of other evil human beings, suspects, for over 4.5 years now, right? For over 4.5 years. All of their games, all of their bullshit, all of their twisted minded evil plots, ploys, and turns. We've endured it. In order to help Summer. In order to help this little girl, we have endured so much bullshit that is almost unbelievable. It's unbelievable that parents of this missing child could put out so much bullshit, right? That's what's unbelievable. But I guess when you're out to protect your ass, bullshit's about all you got to give. That's all you got to hand out is a bunch of bullshit when you're trying to protect your ass. And that's what Don and Candace are doing. They ain't doing a very good job. They ain't doing a very good job of it. I tell you why. Because I truly believe that Dee Dee's death may end up getting searched into because Candace had a hand in it, and she's got a missing 5-year-old child as well. This might, this Dee Dee, what happened to Dee Dee might be the Might be the can of worms that get open to solve up of all, you know, to show how evil Candace truly is, and to solve up everything that's been going on 4.5 years. Um, I've been hearing that, you know, I don't know what they're waiting on, but I hear that Dee Dee's case is getting looked into. That's what I'm hearing. Candace might end up getting questioned. She may end up getting questioned upon what really went on in the case of Dee Dee. It's not going to look good for her. It's not going to look good for having a missing 5-year-old child that law enforcement done said what took 4.5 damn hours to call us. Right? What took 4.5 hours to call us? Basically, when Ronnie Lawson said, what took 4.5 hours to call us, he said, you did it. Why'd you wait 4.5 hours to call us? You waited 4.5 hours to call us because you done what you done. You covered up what you did. It took you 4.5 hours to cover up what the fuck you did. Nobody came up here and got your kid. Nobody, you know, nobody's going to come up here and take nothing from you. This bullshit is unheard of. This little girl, you know, we try to give you the benefit of the doubt. This child walked away, but after getting to know you two, we're sure she didn't walk away. Right? Matter of fact, you were adamant. You were adamant yourselves that she didn't walk away. You said you knowed for a fact she didn't walk away. So if you know for a fact she didn't walk away, then you must know where she's at. Right? And like they said, they wasn't looking above ground for summer. They looking below ground. They was looking, where did you hide this little girl? Where did you put her? Where did you put her after you got home? Because we clearly believe she wasn't alive on the milk jugs. So where did you put her? Due to your little video, we've been looking underground, not above ground for this child. Right? Yeah. And I'm going to tell you, they knew right away, that no parents of a truly missing child conducts themselves the way Candace and Don Wells did. Running in the house and hiding, running down to Fred's and not coming back. They're like, nah. Parents of a truly missing kid's going to have their asses out here. They're going to be all over us, whether we let them go into the woods or not. They're going to be out here staring out in the woods, staring at us. When we decide to knock it off, they're going to be like, what the hell are you doing? What the hell? My kid's still out here somewhere. Your ass needs to be out here. What do you mean you're going to go home and go to sleep? This little girl needs to be found. Listen, officer, I understand it's not your kid, but if it was, I wouldn't be quitting on you. You get your asses out there and you find it. You're supposed to have 24/7. You fuckers work 24/7. You don't do 8 hours, go home, bitches. You work 24/7. You get paid to work around the clock, and your asses better be working, because I'm going to call the news out here and tell them about how you're wanting to leave a child possibly out there in the damn woods all along the rest of the night. God only knows what could happen. You better bring in some lights. You better bring in some candles. You better bring in something. Get your asses out there. Parents of a truly missing child wouldn't have let them leave. Parents of a truly missing child would have had their asses going up in the air. Oh, hell no, you ain't leaving. You ain't going nowhere. You get paid to work around the clock. And you need to be working. You're supposed to have enough people to work 24 hours. You're supposed to have different shifts. If these guys are tired, then you bring in the next shift and you send them out there. And if they get tired, you bring in the other ones that just went and rested. But you damn don't give up. You don't give up. You don't go home, get the damn sleep and come back. But Don and Candace was okay with that. They was okay with everybody going home, going to sleep, and possibly leaving the little girl out in the middle of nowhere by herself. Right? That right there told law enforcement that these bitches knew exactly what happened to their kid. When they allowed law enforcement to pack it up, go home, and go to bed, law enforcement said, these fuckers are guilty. They're guilty. If they didn't know where their kid was, they wouldn't be letting us leave. If they truly had a missing child, they'd be like, where the hell you think you're going? Right? They already knew. Don and Candace got tested. They got tested by the best, and they failed the test. They failed the lie detectors test. They failed the test of law enforcement saying, we're going to go home, go to sleep, be back, and everybody okay with it? No, not unless you know what happened. You ain't going to be okay with that shit. Just the way it is, right? They flunked the test. Yeah. Failed. And that's all they've done. They failed the test so damn bad that they don't even want to talk to law enforcement no more, right? They don't even want to talk to them. They know that they look like shit in the eyes of the law. They know they're the number one suspects in the eyes of the law, right? Absolutely. And they don't want to be around law enforcement because they're afraid. They don't want to see law enforcement because they're afraid that, they're not just there to talk, they're there to handcuff their asses. Law enforcement intimidates Don and Candace Wells. They intimidate them. If they weren't guilty of nothing, law enforcement can't intimidate you. You can't be intimidated if you're innocent. They know their asses ain't. And that's why they're intimidated. That's why they ain't working with law enforcement, right? Because they scared. They scared. Yeah. Let's listen, this is how Don Wells and Candace Wells have conducted themselves since their little girl went missing.
David Dotson's been over a couple times.
Does Dave ever babysit or anything?
No, nothing like that.
No.
Well, we let him take the boys to the putt-putt golf course when all this first happened.
Right. Yeah.
Just to try to help us out and stuff.
How long have you known him?
Well, he come from another church, and he just kind of popped in and got to know Summer a little bit before she got gone, and then he met some girl in some Baptist church.
He just popped in and got to know Summer a little bit before she disappeared. What the hell does that mean? What the hell does that mean? He just popped in and got to know Summer a little bit before she got gone. That don't sound right. There's something about don't sound fucking right. Right? It just don't sound right. I mean, these guys are talking about David Dotson. They asked about him coming to the church. If I was sitting there talking to these guys and they asked me about David Dawson showing up at the church, I would have said, yeah, he was a new member. He just started coming to the church, not long before, before this case here started. And, and he seemed like a nice person. He showed up at the church probably for the same reason everybody shows up at a church, right? Is to seek God, look for God, talk to God, find God, become part of a community, make new friends, become part of a community. And he seemed to he seemed to get along with everybody. He knew, he was introduced to our family and many other families in the church. And, and when Summer went missing, he came up on the hill and, he had gotten a phone call. Candace trying to get a hold of Robin. Somehow they got a hold of him. Him and Robin came up on the hill and, and we're helping out during, a tragic time. Of course, I wouldn't have said he got to know my daughter. That's sick. I mean, oh, he came to the church and he got to know Summer before she went missing. He got to know everybody, right? He got to know everybody in that church, not just Summer. That's just really weird.
And started going, I guess, to church with them.
So he would come over and hang out with her and play with her and stuff?
Well, no, not until after she disappeared.
Make that make sense. Make that make sense. No, not until after she disappeared. Listen to what the question this guy asked. That's why the calendar was kept in front of the door.
Yeah, it locks, but a lot of times they go out that door and just leave it wide open.
Even my dryer is saying to Don Wells.
Babysit or anything?
No, nothing like that.
No.
Well, we let him take the boys to the putt-putt golf course when all this first happened.
They let him he let David Dotson take the boys more places than putt-putting, right? Because David Dotson said he was taking the boys out regularly. So law enforcement could, do their job and free Don and Candace up in order to talk with law enforcement and everything. So he was up there doing more than just taking them to putt-putt, right? Put a 1 in the chat if you remember David Dotson saying, I was up there, taking the boys places, not just putt-putting, but it's places so to free everybody up to do their job. I remember him plainly damn saying it. I also remember him saying that the boys told him that they thought Summer's out on the swing, that they thought their sister was out on the swing because they didn't see her in the house. They didn't see her in no house. They thought she was outside, and they told Jody Sue the same damn thing. And Jody Sue said, Candace started telling one of the boys, what did you do? Well, I think Candace said that because the boy told Jody Sue about believing Summer was on the swing. And I think when the kid told Jody Sue, talked to Jody Sue and said, oh, she was on the swing, I think Candace said, what did you do? What did you do, dumbass? Because I just said she was in the house, right? That's probably what that was about.
Yeah.
You know, just
That's
to try
a
to
good time.
help us out and stuff.
How long have you known him?
Well, he come from another church, and he just kind of popped in and got to know Summer a little bit.
He just kind of pumped to know Summer. I don't think that man came to that church, Don Wells, to get to know Summer. Unless there's something really freaky going on at that church. I don't think he did that. I mean, I don't know. I'm starting to wonder.
Of course, he got gone, and then he met some girl in some Baptist church and started going, I guess, to church with them.
So he would come over and hang out with her and play with her and stuff?
Oh, so he would come over and hang out and play with Summer? Don says, well, no, not until after she disappeared. How the hell could he come and hang out with her and play with her and everything, Don, after she disappeared? How could he come and do this stuff after she disappeared? Make that make sense. Could somebody make that make sense? Did you just hear what he said? Not until after she disappeared? Well, no, not until after she disappeared. What the hell does that mean? That is straight up freaking weird. This guy just pops up at the church to get to know Summer. And he doesn't come over and play with her and stuff until after she disappears. Wow.
Well, no, not until after she disappeared.
Oh, so she didn't know him very well before that?
Well, she met him a few times. Summer did, and Candace did, and they got to know Robin and everything.
But mostly at church?
Yeah.
Was there a day?
Something about the boys saying, where y'all going? They were carrying Summer out the house, Don and Candace. She was head down on his shoulder, carried her out and left.
Do you hear what Dudley said? The boys were saying, where are you taking my sister? Don and Candace came out carrying Summer head down, just like this, head down, and left with her somewhere. 18 days before she disappeared. 18 days before she disappeared. Now, in the video of Summer dancing around the barrels, you could plainly hear Don Wells talking on a phone. It's his voice, and he's talking in the background. You hear him talking? Can you hear Don's voice in the background talking? Because I can. I can hear Don Wells speaking in the background of this video. Take a listen. You hear him? Do you hear his voice? Yes, you can hear his voice. He tried to say he wasn't there when this was taken. Yes, you fucking was, Donald. Hell yeah, you was, because we could hear you. Plain as day, we can hear your voice. You got a voice that can't be missed. That is definitely you talking with someone in the background. There he is. He coughs. He's fucking coughing. And look at Summer waiting for instruction. Look at her. She's waiting for somebody's instructing her how to do this. Like a runway. Like it's a runway. Something weird was going on. Very weird. And now we got pictures of Candace outside in some weird place, showing her backside, right? And I hear there's other pictures showing more than that. What the hell is going on here? They're connected to the web. They're connected to the web somehow. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. I believe they're connected somehow to the damn web, to some sick human beings. And they're getting money somehow through the damn web. I'm telling you. Straight up, they're into the web shit. That's what they're doing. Yeah.
Something about the boys saying, where y'all going? And they were carrying Summer out the house, Donnie Candace. She was head down on his shoulder, carried her out and left. He even said, anything was ever going to happen, it's going to be on Candace's watch.
If anything ever was going to happen, it's going to be on Candace's watch. Because they already had planned what was going to happen. He was able to tell Dudley all about it because they done planned it. I mean, why would a subject like that even come up with a coworker about something happening to your daughter? Do you go to work and tell your coworker that if something happens to your daughter, it's going to be on your husband's watch or it's going to be on your wife's watch? I ain't never went to work one fucking day and said if something happens to one of my kids, it's going to be on somebody's watch. You know why? Because I ain't never think anything's going to happen to my kids, right? I wasn't planning nothing to ever happen to my fucking kids. When I went to work, the last thing on my mind is something's going to happen to your child. I wouldn't even think to say something like that. I wouldn't even think of it. I go to freaking work, and what you're going to talk about, if you talk about your kids at all, right, is them getting called into a principal's office, or how bad they be being, right? That kid's a little badass. That thinks he's a little badass kid, right? I had to ground my kid. Yeah, I had to ground mine yesterday. These kids be getting bad now. They be talking, saying stuff to people. They act like they adults. This is the conversations you be having at work with coworkers, right? You ain't going to be having a mother freaking conversation about your child disappearing on somebody else's watch. You ain't going to be doing that. What the? Who would even fucking think of it? Who would even think of it unless they planned it? He was telling basically he was telling Dudley, we got a plan and it's going to happen on her watch, not mine. I'm going to have alibis. She ain't going to have shit. He is basically telling about the plan in a roundabout way because that's what they do. This is what Don and Candace does. He was basically telling Dudley before it happened that it was going to happen. Right? My kid's uncle's got a cold. Yeah.
So he knew. He knew that she was.
My wife and I.
Yeah, he knew. He knew. This right here, they already had it planned. Right here, they already had it planned. It was planned out to get rid of Summer. Summer was already sick. She was already going downhill. And they already knew that they either save her or they saved their asses. And they saved their asses. They chose to save their asses, didn't you, Dawn? Right, Candace? You chose to save your asses. You're cowards. You're fucking cowards. An innocent 5-year-old little girl. Look what you guys did to her. Look at that picture, Don Wells. Take a damn good look at it. Take a damn good look at it. Look what you guys did to your own flesh and blood. Looky there. That's your daughter. That's your daughter. Donald. That's your little girl that was supposed to be getting protected by you against monsters like you. Okay? You're dumbass. You weren't supposed to be the monster. You were supposed to be the protector. You supposed to give up your damn life to save this little girl's. You cowardly bastard. You piece of fucking shit. And I don't care. Day can sit over there and she can say how much she loves you and she can pucker up and she can smooch your backside all she pleases. But she's smooching the backside of a fucking criminal minded evil piece of shit. Right? You take a look at your innocent daughter and you remember, you piece of shit, that you were the monster. You remember you was the monster. The one that's supposed to have been protecting her instead of destroying her. And you think, oh, she had such a good little heart that she's going to forgive you. Because that's how she was. That's how Summer was. Oh, it's okay, Daddy. It's okay. Wow. That is even more reason. That's even more reason why you shouldn't have ever done anything to hurt this sweet child that freaking loved your dumb ass so fucking much. Oh, yeah. And Candace sit there and couldn't wait. She couldn't wait till she got the opportunity to destroy Summer, right, Dawn? She couldn't wait. She knew what you was doing. She wanted that kid out between you and her. And she couldn't wait to destroy it. She didn't care about this little girl at all. And you didn't care about her either. You didn't care about her other than what you wanted from her, your self-gain, your fucking sick fetishes. Right? You didn't love this little girl. You didn't care about this little girl at all. You were using, abusing, neglecting, and destroying an innocent child. An innocent child. I'm going to tell you what the Bible says, Don Wells. You shed innocent blood, you'll run to the bottomless pit.
I already knew. And
let not one be spared, okay? Let not one. You shed innocent blood, you shall run to the bottomless pit, and let not one be spared. You piece of crap. That little girl was innocent blood. Innocent. As innocent as the day is long. And the Bible tells us it is better to hang a millstone around your neck and walk into the depths of the sea than to do something evil to one of these children. Children belong to God, Don Wells, not you. Summer belonged to God, not you. You were supposed to be watching over, taking care of her, and making sure nothing happened to her and that she lived a healthy, wealthy, happy life. That's what your job was. Is to watch over the gift God let you have. Let you have while you're here. That little girl, like everything else, you think that your home belongs to you. You think everything you have belongs to you. You're so damn wrong. Nothing on this earth belongs to you. Everything in this earth belongs to God Almighty, including your ass, Don Wells, and he will do what he wants with you when this life is over. Okay? He will do what he wants with you. No, Don Wells, you don't belong to Satan. You belong to God. Just like Summer. And you didn't do righteous by her, and you expect God to do righteous by you? Yeah, right. Keep wishing that. Keep wishing that.
I already knew that she was put into a car and taken from here.
Yeah.
I knew that from day one. I knew that from the second that it happened, but trying to explain that to the police is like trying to talk to a brick wall.
I remember you told me that you had the weird feeling. You want to explain to like the people listening about that weird feeling you had beforehand?
It's not a weird feeling.
It's not weird. Motherfucker, ain't anything normal about you, Don Wells. Everything about you is weird. Okay? Everything about you is weird. The way you think, the way you act, the way you conduct yourself, everything fucking about you is weird. Everything about you since fucking birth has been weird. Okay? You're just weird. Your parents knew you wasn't normal. Your stepsisters knew you weren't fucking normal. Everybody around knew you weren't freaking normal. Nothing normal about you. Nothing. Right? You're just a freak. You're just a freak. And you've always been a freak. And you seek out other freaks. You seek out other freaks. And you find them. Like Pam and Candace. And God only knows who else. Right? But that's what you seek and that's what you find. Right? Seek and you shall find.
It's when the angel tells you that something is going to happen to your kid or your daughter, which is what happened to me, and I couldn't explain it, and I didn't understand at the time. But I knew 4 to 5 months prior that something was going to happen to Summer because an angel told me, and not with words. But you can take it for what you want. You can say that if you want to, y'all can just say that I'm crazy, or you can all can say that I'm just making up a story.
No, I don't think it's crazy.
Oh, not you, Dolly. I'm just saying you're.
Oh, no, not you, Dolly. Not you, Dolly. It's everybody else.
Audience.
Yeah.
Can say whatever they want about me.
I didn't know it.
But not you, sir. But 4 to 5 months prior, something told me that something was going to be happening this summer. And I knew something was going to happen. I asked Candace to please keep a sharp eye on her because something was going to happen. And then that picture that y'all might see on the internet or whatever, where I was holding her when she was sleeping. And I knew something told me at that moment that the time was short at hand, that something, whatever was going to happen, it was going to happen soon.
Yeah. What you knew, Donald, is that you guys were doing evil shit to these children. What you knew is the danger that you were putting these children into. What you knew is if you kept your shit up, something was bound to happen, and it did. And when it did, you sick fuck, you decided to destroy this little girl and save your own ass from a prison cell. That's what the fuck you did. And when this picture was taken, you done plotted against this little girl. You done cut her, all of her hair completely off down to the scalp. You already plotted against her to be getting rid of her. And I think you'd have got rid of her a lot sooner, Don Wells. But you just didn't have that opportunity yet. And you felt that, you felt you could get a little more out of her because, she wasn't completely deteriorated. Now was she? And you figured you'd hold off a little while, 18 days to be exact, 18 days. When she really started looking bad off. To go ahead and finish it off, right? That's what you did. That's exactly what you did. Because you're a coward. You're a fucking coward. Why did you put her in harm's way to have to end up doing what you did to her? Why did you do that? Who the fuck does that?
And this is probably a week or two prior to her disappearance. And I was crying, and I knew that, and I said, Lord God, please. She was asleep in my arms, and I was like, Summer, I love you. I love you so much. And I just can't believe it. But I knew the time was short. So the day that she disappeared, and then when I come home from work and I drove to the bottom property and I see my neighbors and my boys searching for her, I knew at that instance that what had been
intended, you had it right first time there, Don. You had it right there. You had it right there, okay?
day that she disappeared. And then when I come home from work and I drove to the bottom property and I see my neighbors and my boys searching for her, I knew at that instance that what had been
Well, it had been intended, right? What had been intended, because you ain't got no education. So you probably wouldn't know it's intended. You said tended, which is the same damn thing. Intended. Had happened, right? Basically, intended was your plan. You knew your plan got carried out. You knew the shit just got real. And the reason you went to the bottom of the property because there was 2 cops up there and you didn't want to fucking see them yet. You didn't want to see them yet because your hands were shaking, your knees were knocking. You motherfucking knew it just got real. It's one thing to plan shit out, but to carry it out is a whole new story, ain't it, Don Wells? You don't expect, when you carry it out, you didn't expect that adrenaline, did you? You didn't expect that adrenaline to mount up to the mountain in Munster it did you? No, you didn't expect that rush. Right? Because you really, you had never carried out something this fucking evil. And you just didn't, you couldn't handle what what you guys did either. You were like Hunter. When it happened, you was like Hunter, like, oh my fucking God. What the hell? What the hell? Right? Going to go to prison. Law enforcement can read your mind. They know what you're thinking. They can see you're guilty. They're going to put you in jail. All these emotions, right? All this mother freaking fear. Oh shit, I can't believe that, it's done. It's done. Talking about it's one thing, doing it's a whole different thing, right? A whole different thing. Guys know how it is. You know how it is, Christmas time and the cookies are, grandma or mommy's baking the cookies and putting them out on the table and you run through the kitchen. You run through the kitchen as soon as nobody's in there. Maybe they go outside for something or they go into another room talking to somebody and here's this big table of cookies and you go through and grab one and fly around the corner after you've done been told you can't be having them, right? You can't be touching them, can't have none until they're all finished. These are for Christmas. But you run in, you grab one, you go around the corner with it, and you even though grandma or mommy ain't behind you, right? Even though they're not behind you, you think they are. You think they are. Until you're off somewhere eating that cookie feeling safe. You think grandma and mommy's behind you. You're sure you're going to get in trouble. Right? Well, that's the feeling Don Wells had. That's the feeling he had. He planned, he seen the cookies. He planned to take a cookie as soon as nobody's around. Fly around the corner with it. He's sure that, sure that mommy and them's going to be right on him. Till he's sitting somewhere, like at Freddie's house. Feeling safe for a little while. Pretty much the same damn thing. You ain't ready. You ain't ready to come out and meet nobody while you're eating that cookie, right? You're not thinking about coming out and talking to nobody. It's going to take you a while to get brave enough to show your face after you ate that cookie. That's why he was hiding down at the bottom of the property in the car. He couldn't get up. He wasn't brave. He wasn't brave. He knows what he did. He knows what he did. Candace was out flying around in her vehicle too. She knows what she did. They were both trying to evade law enforcement. They were both. trying to, evade law enforcement. Now, let me tell you something. If I truly had a missing child, and I'm hauling ass home because I don't know where it's at, and nobody else seems to know either, and I'm hauling ass home, and police are there, I'm going straight to the fucking police. I'm going to pull up. I'm going straight up to the law enforcement. I'm going to say, have you found my child? What are you doing to help find her? What the heck's going on here? I don't care who hears me. I don't care who sees me. I want to know what the fuck's going on. I'm not going to go park down the road. I'm not going to park down the fucking road and stare in the rearview mirror at everybody behind me searching for the kid. Right? I'm not going to do that. Who the fuck does that? Somebody that's guilty as hell. Somebody that's guilty. If you've done something before if you've done something to cause all of this, you're probably going to go past law enforcement, park on down the road, and look through the rearview mirror because you fucking already know what happened. And you're freaking the fuck out because you think that they're going to know what you know, right? And you're not ready. You're not ready to show your face. You're not ready. You got to pull your shit together. That's what Don was doing. That's what he was doing. And we all know it. We all know it. No doubt in our minds, you guys. We know how it is. We're not perfect. None of us are perfect. Every last one of us, have done some shit. Every last one of us not know nothing like this. But every last one of us have we've had our share of little things we might have done. Right? Little things we might have done. And we know how it is when you do things. We're not stupid.
What was told to me by an angel that I assume was an angel told me that it had been fulfilled. And I could not explain that to the police or anybody else, but I knew that she was gone.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Oh my God.
I was flipping out. I was flipping out.
I just
Thank
Liz
you so
wants
much.
to ask,
God love you.
Liz wants to ask real quick. Sorry. Says Dawn, forgive the question, but in your opinion, what do you think happened to beautiful baby girl? I know you've answered this a million times, but do you want to tell the people again what you believe?
Well, for absolute 100% sure, someone abducted her. 100, 1000%. It doesn't matter. It's just
Can you fucking believe this guy? Can you believe him? 100%, 1000. It's both the same. I know. 100% is 100%. 1000% is 1000. Okay. It's two different numbers. It's two different fucking numbers, Don. Right? It's two different numbers. And they're so far apart. Right? They're so fucking far apart. Oh my God. I'm going to tell you how these fuckers got away with what they've done. And that's my opinion. They done it. How they got away with it, I don't even fucking know. What the hell does that say for law enforcement? What does this say for the mental capacity of law enforcement in Hawkins County? If these two motherfuckers right here can get away with what the fuck they done, what does that say for the fucking, educational standpoint of motherfucking Hawkins County law enforcement? Right?
same thing, but for sure she was abducted. but we just don't know who, how, when, and why. We have no idea. I wish to God we did.
I just wish that they could find Summer, Donnie. I just, you know.
Yeah, well, what good? I mean, yeah, I wish.
That's Mary. She says, I wish they could just find Summer, Donnie. And he says, he was getting ready to say, yeah, what good would that do? Really? Did you catch him? Did you catch him? He was about to say, what good would that do? He was basically saying, what good would that do? She's dead. Put a one in the chat if you agree. That's what he was saying. That's what he was saying to Mary. What good would that do? She's no longer with us. What good would that do him? Right? That's what this mother freaker was alluding to. I mean, he as good as said it right there, baby. Right? He as good as said it right there. Straight up. Mm-hmm. Oh, is Don in chat? But you know what? Need to tell Don to bring his ass on the panel, right? Tell him to bring his ass up here on the panel. You know, I hear he likes to go at women. Well, bitch, come up here and come at me. Right? Come at PG. You meet your match, right? You tried that shit, didn't you, Donnie? You tried that shit. You met your fucking match. Yeah. Don't come at me, bitch. I'll tell you right now. I don't need two men to escort you out, Don Wells. I escort your bitch ass out myself. And you fucking know it. You know it. Right? You don't want to come up here. Get shitty with PG. Oh, hell no. I'm going to tell you what. That'd be Don Wells bad. I ain't no 5-year-old innocent little girl, right? I'm not a 5-year-old innocent little girl. I'm a grown-ass fucking woman. And one that Don Wells wouldn't ever want to fucking meet or reckon with, right? Hell no. No way in hell. Don wants to run his mouth in the chat, but not on the thing. Hold on, you guys. I'm bringing you up, Don. This is Don B. Don B, you guys. What's up, Don B?
Hey, can you hear me, PJ?
I can hear you, sweetie. I sure can.
Hey, I ain't got an echo or anything, do I?
No, you sure don't.
It's the first time I went up on someone's panel on my cell phone, so I didn't know how that worked.
You believe that scumbucket has the nerve to come in here and try to say something after what I truly believe he done? I mean, I'm going to tell you what, every bit of the evidence points to him and Candace Wells destroying their own child, and how the hell law enforcement ain't been able to prosecute them and put them in prison where they fucking belong. I don't even know. It's like they're not even trying. It's like they're not even trying, because you know it wouldn't take much to do it.
Yeah, I heard you.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, I heard you call. I don't know if he was in your chat or what, but I heard you calling him out. I guess you don't have I guess if you had a 5-year-old girl up here, he'd probably come up.
Oh yeah, no doubt, right? No doubt.
You just ain't got what he needs.
What he wants? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And that's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm worried about. You
Did
know,
you see him? Did you see him following those little girls? Him and
I-
Candace?
I'm
Did you?
worried because when someone goes so long without their fix,
You're right. Nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. No child safe when you got predators like this on the loose.
and
Right?
he did not have to say that he went down the street that day and was talking to that little girl on that bicycle. He didn't have to say that, but he made it a point to. And that scares the hell out of me.
He was trying. You know what? I didn't even know that was a dead end road. I didn't know why the hell he would be on a dead end road. He didn't say it was a dead end. I'm going to tell you the truth. I think he knew exactly where he was going, and I think he knew exactly what he was doing. And I think that, because when he took that little girl up to the door and was knocking on it, this old man was asleep in there and wasn't coming to the door. And I was so scared for this little girl. And I literally had to tell him, go in that house. Maybe something's wrong. Take yourself in that house. I was coaching him, and I got him to open the door. I got him to go inside, and he says, there's an old man in here. I don't know what's going on. I think he's asleep. Sissy, I said, wake him up. Wake that man up. Tell him this child is, unescorted down on a road. Get him up. And as soon as I heard the old man saying, who the hell are you? What the hell are you doing in here? And talking to him, I was like, thank God. And the old man, started jumping onto him. And, and then Don's like, I'll call you back, Sissy. And I was like, okay. Because, because I know the child's safe now. You got this guy up. He knows that your ass is around. And then he calls me back, when he's leaving. And, and said that, the old man got upset and was acting, pissed off and all this and that. And I said, I don't care how he was acting. He should have been watching that little girl, instead of letting her be. Because, just imagine that little girl could have ended up just like Summer. She could have ended up just like Summer. You don't know. But I didn't know that Don had told this little girl, I'll see you later. He told her, I'll see you later. That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing.
Was you on the phone with him when that happened?
I sure was. And
wonder how things would have turned out if you wasn't on the phone with him.
Right? Exactly. I think he was wanting to play a hero. I think he was wanting to play a hero, like I wouldn't, they accuse me of doing something to my daughter. And look, I'm worried about somebody else's kid. Why would I hurt my kid type thing? He's trying to make his image. He's trying to make his image look good. Yeah. But I'm going to tell you what, he kept trying to tell me that, that he was knocking on this door and nobody's answering it. I didn't hear him knocking. I was listening and you know what? I didn't hear him knocking. I told him to go in. And when he went in, he tried to say this old man's asleep. I heard this old man saying, what the hell you doing in here? Who are you? What the hell you doing in here? And, the old man got on him. But I'm going to be honest with you. Don and Candace are, because at that hotel, they put somebody up. They put this Lisa girl up to get a hold of someone to call in and report. Candace Candace and Don went back over into Arkansas. And in Arkansas hotel, there was a young woman and her 3 children. Well, the young woman and her 3 children had been, Don and Candace been befriending them, actually letting them hang out in their hotel room and stuff. And Candace had this girl hiding upstairs while she had Lisa get a hold of a couple ladies and get these ladies to call law enforcement to that hotel. Well, listen to this. Lisa was able, she called one lady and she said, no, I won't do it. Then they called another lady and the other lady said, yeah, I'll do it. So she did it and sends law enforcement. Candace is outside waiting. She already knows. And she's not just outside waiting. She's outside on Jinkies Live waiting. She knew law enforcement was going to show up. They did. Then she let them into the room to make sure, you know, these kids ain't in there. And then a few days later, the girl and her children disappeared. They were there a long time before Don and Candace showed up, and they disappeared, you know, a couple of days after law enforcement showed up to make sure they wasn't in that room. And the whole time they've been befriending this lady. But this is the weird thing. This Lisa chick that hangs with Candace and them, matter of fact, she was one of them that was at Don Wells, Pam's and Don's place, who had a child there, and that was took for essaying along with a bunch of other kids off of Pam's and Don's property. And she's good friends with Candace and Don. She used to run with Candace when Candace, you know, was before Candace ever got with Donald. She was, you know, hanging with Candace, and her and Candace both was living at Don and Pam's house. And she did, and the reason they took Candace in is because she's pregnant. She's supposed to have a baby that they wanted to get a hold of, but the hospital took her baby and wouldn't give it to her. That's how she ended up at Pam's and Donald's place, was because they were interested in a child she was carrying. And that's the kind of people they took in, was people like Candace and Lisa and these kind of people. Anyway, this is the same girl that, you know, got back with Candace. And right at the time that this girl and her 3 kids disappeared, this Lisa chick was talking with this predator, this real bad predator. She was talking with him and meeting up with him and stuff right before the mother and the 3 children disappeared from that hotel. Her and Candace met up at some type of church or whatever. They were corresponding, and they were meeting up together during this time that the woman and kids disappeared, and nobody could find them. Justin tried looking for them. I tried looking for them. Nobody could find them.
I know exactly what you're talking about because, yeah, you ever heard of the Arkansas State Police? Well, they got a state police. It's the Arkansas State Police, and from my understanding, they were monitoring the activity. So I don't know who tipped off the Arkansas State Police, but I guess they're like the TBI version here in Tennessee,
right?
And don't know what happened to people after Don and Candace left.
Yeah,
you know,
but I do know that they went to some type of soup kitchen. Met up with this girl, this Lisa girl, and Candace, Don went there. They met up with this Lisa girl. I'm thinking they might have told this mother with 3 kids, hey, we're going to a soup kitchen. Do you want to come with us? You know, took them there. And Lisa and that weirdo was waiting. And they might have took that woman and her kids away. I mean, as far as I know, I mean, what I'm saying is, why was she affiliating herself with this predator, this, you know, real bad predator, at the same time that she's meeting up with Don and Candace, and these people disappear.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
It sounds like it's all connected to me. I mean,
yeah,
not. It sounds, you know, just disappear.
Whatever happened to Pam? Because I thought Dawn said she was sick or something.
No, what happened was, I'll tell you what happened in Arkansas. Don and Pam was taking in all of these people. They would go to these soup kitchens and stuff where homeless people were. And they would get to know these homeless people with kids, you know, the ones dragging around a child or pregnant with a child. And Pam would, you know, oh, we feel so sorry for you. And they take them in. And when they take them in, what they would do is, you know, if you want your fixes, then you let these people have your baby for so long. They'll give you what you want. I guess they're giving, you know, Pam and Donald a kickback or whatever. And they take the kid, the way that it was explained to me by Lisa. They give you your fix, take your kid, and an hour or two, whatever, they bring the kid back and give it to you. And then one day, law enforcement pulled up and busted the place and took all the kids out of there. Child Protective Services showed up too, and all of these kids were getting took out and taken away. They took them to the hospital, and all of these kids had been SA'd and everything, and nobody was getting their children back. Lisa didn't ever get her child back either. Yeah. And then when it got real hot and law enforcement came in, that's when Dawn took off with Candace and went homeless in a van until this lady decided to take them in because Candace was pregnant. And then they trapped the lady at the refrigerator, and a friend of hers, a neighbor or something, a lady came in and seen what was going on, and she ran and got help, called law enforcement, and law enforcement came, and Don and Candace, you know, the lady finally pushed Candace out. She got so scared she pushed Candace out of the way, and Candace said, oh, she pushed me, I'm pregnant. But the law enforcement's like, we ain't doing nothing about this because you guys trapped her. But the lady had some type of I don't know what it was, but anyway, they took her downtown, and while she's downtown, Don and Candace was, you know, trying to lock her out and take over her house, and the landlord went down, got the lady out, and he had to get law enforcement to make Don and Candace leave so the woman could return back into her home. Yeah. And the woman's like, I don't know what would have happened to me if my friend went and came in and went and got help. I don't know what they's going to do to me. They had me out.
I mean, there's nothing. I don't think there's been one good thing that we've heard about Dawn or Candace on. I mean,
right.
And the thing that bothers me, PG, is that they can go to. I'll tell you what really bothers me. They can go to that Christmas tree thing in the mall.
Right.
They may have done that for a couple years now. They may have went to one or two vigils. But what the hell did they do for CPS to try to get them kids back? Not a damn thing. Not a fucking thing.
Well, see, the reason that they didn't do a damn thing, I knew Don and Candace, you know, the very minute that they weren't willing to clean up, they wasn't going to clean up to get the kids back. I knew they weren't getting the kids back. I knew something was very wrong, you know, and they weren't getting those kids back. And I had a feeling it was SA, you know, but out here it's touchy feely. You know, you say stuff like when I was talking about Don and Candace ripping down the flyers and stuff, people were telling me, you know, why would they want to do, and you know, coming at me sideways. Well, they, you know, it wasn't just now. They've been doing that forever. They even told me that, you know, I said, well, businesses have put them up, and he said, no, they won't. He said, most businesses won't allow it, and if you put them up, they'll take them down for us. That's what he told me. He told me he didn't want billboards. That I asked him, I said, because I was excited. I said, hey, are you going out, you know, when they unveil the big billboard for, you know, light it up for summer? He's like, I ain't going out there and stand in the effing dark looking at a billboard. I don't know why them fuckers just couldn't give us the money. Why the fuck they doing this? You know, this is exactly his words. This is quote Don Wells in my ears. Yes, this is the type of thing. And he didn't want the reward fund either. You know, he wanted me to check to see if he could get it. He wanted me to look in. And this is what Don does. This is why it ain't nothing on his and Candace's phones, because they want other people. They want other people to be looking into stuff for him. He goes down and has, you know, you need to take Fred's phone. You need to take Fred's phone, you know, and other people's phones. If you want to know what the fuck Don Wells and Candace Wells are doing, because they want other people to be researching everything for them so that they ain't on their phone and they don't get in no trouble for it. These motherfuckers use other people, and I knew it as soon as he started asking me to research a lot of shit. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. And I even, you know, I talked to a lawyer up in Utah. Actually, one of the best lawyers in that state I had talked to. And I told him I'm going to get his, you know, give Don his number. So Don, you know, so it would be on Don's phone when law enforcement looks. And I called Don up, you know, and gave him the lawyer's number and everything. Oh, hell no. Don wasn't about to be stupid. He wasn't about to be stupid because he had Fred. He had Fred down the road, you know, letting him know, don't be stupid, right? Don't be stupid. But at that time, what he was wanting to know is, was it safe to talk about his sisters or not safe to talk about his sisters? You know, was he under the old statute, or would he be falling under the new statute? You know, how's that work? And this is the stuff that he was interested in because, you know, he wanted to make sure he was safe talking about his sisters, in order to not talk about Summer. Mm-hmm. You know, he wanted to use that instead of not, because he knew talking about Summer could get him put in prison. Slip up of the lips could get him put in prison. But talking about his sisters, he wanted to make sure it wouldn't. And then he would have more than religion to keep everybody off the subject of Summer, which could put him in prison. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's exactly what he was doing.
With his record, you know, because he told me over the phone one night, and, you know, he's like, if I get another felony, I'm looking at 25 to life. And, you know, now thinking back at it, you know, I'm sitting here going, if he gets convicted of something, that judge, when it comes time for sentencing, he's going to skip the 25 and go straight to damn life.
Exactly. And, you know, this is when I talk to TBI and stuff, this is what I'm telling them, you know, you got, you know, this man wants to put other people up to doing the dirty work. You know, he's not, this son of a bitch is like super criminal smart. He's super criminal smart. He, you know, he wants stuff to be on everybody else's phones and computers, not his. He feeds himself to other people. And, you know, and he has a network. He has a fucking network full of them. He's got Andy Bernard. He's got, you know, Fred Hill. He's got other people. He even has a few people over in Arkansas. He's got some diehard, you know, ride and fucking die motherfuckers over there. All hard on him.
Yeah.
And everything, you know, and you wouldn't believe, you know, the evil, sick network of humans he has, you know, at his fucking fingertips. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, but when TBI and the FBI close in, because that's who I really think is going to end up taking him down. It's going to be a joint effort between TBI and FBI. Knowing what I know, I think I know enough at this point. I know enough inside the man's head to probably 90% know how this is going to turn out.
Right.
And he's probably going to put it up to his head and he's going to take the coward's way out. I guarantee it, PG. He's going to take coward's way out.
You know what? I don't think he has enough ass. I don't think this son of a bitch right here has enough ass to do that. I think he's a coward. I think he's the biggest, yellowest belly coward I ever met in my fucking life. And I don't think he has enough fucking ass to do that. Because I'm going to tell you something. If you got enough fucking ass to do that, you got enough fucking ass to get your daughter help instead of yourself. You know? And no, that motherfucker ain't got that much ass. Hell no. I'm going to tell you what, when they come down around this son of a bitch, he's going to go and he's going to spend his time in prison, and he's going to, you know, make the fucking best of it every day. He's going to make the best of it every fucking day, because that's who and what he fucking is. He's a damn coward. He's going to be sitting in there and he's going to be trying to blow, you know, he's going to be sitting in there trying to use Martha White or whatever the fuck her name is. I don't even, Betty White. Hell, I don't even know.
Betty White.
But you know, whatever the fucking, who in the hell wrote that fucking book that he so,
Oh,
you know,
yeah. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah.
He's going to be in there, you know, blowing that smoke up their asses, right? About this woman who, you know, believes in fucking evil pieces of shit like him. And, you know, and don't care about the victims, just cares about pieces of shit like him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But it was really painful to watch them be on live streams every night, drunk, almost in a domestic situation, you know, acting the way they were when they could have been trying to get those boys back, trying to reunify their family, trying to do what they said they were supposed to be doing, but blaming YouTubers for it. I was just like, you know, this ain't going to end well. And I wonder what Dawn was trying to talk to Josie about when the CPS worker ripped him a new ass. That's another thing, you know, instead of ripping up flyers of Summer Wells, you know, when he goes to prison, they're going to be ripping him a new ass. There's going to be a lot of ripping when he goes to prison, if he makes it to prison. But I wonder what he was talking to Josie about when the CPS, that supervisor, you know, the person watching, I guess, their meeting with the kids or whatever. He was doing something with Josie, and apparently it was bad enough where the CPS worker ripped him a new ass. And Dawn and Candace said, "You know what? We're not coming back up here no more. F this. We're, you know, what was he trying? You remember that?
What did he do?
He was talking to Josie and got caught talking to Josie.
Oh yeah,
the state worker caught him and ripped him a new ass.
Yeah. He had me on the phone. He had me on the phone when he went to that the Chuck E. Cheese or something. He went to the place to meet up with the kids. You know, him and Candace drove a long ways, he says, and you know, they got there, and when he got there, he was talking to me on the phone and everything, and there, you know, there's all these people, you know, like social workers and other people showing up there. And finally, you know, he said they were waiting around because the kids hadn't got there. These people hadn't got there yet with the kids. And then finally they did show up, and he had me on the phone, you know, while they was talking with the kids and stuff, you know, hanging out obviously at a table or something. And then he went, you know, I could hear him and Josie, they walked off. They went, you know, and then he told me, he says, "Sissy, I'm got my son. I'm talking to my son, and I'll call you back, you know, I'll call you back later. I got to get off of here." And I told him, okay, you know, and then he hung up, and I don't know what he said to the boy. I did hear them when they, you know, they first came in, and they was like, how you all been, and you know, and what's up, and talking to, you know, the kids and stuff at first. But I didn't. Once him and the boy walked away from the crowd, there was a crowd of people, you could tell. And once they walked away from the crowd, that's when he wanted to hang up and talk to the boy privately. And I don't know what he said to the boy, but the next day he called me and told me that, well, he actually called me that night when they got back home. You know, I told him, why don't you just get a hotel and stay there instead of driving all the way back if it's such a long ways, you know. And he's like, I can't up and do that, you know, that's money. But they was getting plenty of it, so I don't know what the problem was. But anyhow, they went all the way back to the house. And but he didn't say nothing that night. The next day he called me and he said that, you know, that visitation had been cut off with the boy. And I said, what? And he said, yeah, because I was talking with my son about Summer. My son, when it was asking questions, you know, wanted to know things about his sister, and I was just, you know, and I mean, he has a right to know things about his sister, and I was talking to him about his sister, and they cut off my visitations. That's what he told me.
Yeah, see, I don't really believe that.
I don't either. I think what he told the boy was to keep the other two boys' asses in line. I think he was telling the oldest one to keep the other two's mouth shut, because the other two was being very violent, or the oldest one was being very violent to the other two at the place, to the point they separated them. They took Josie out of there because he was manipulating the other two boys, you know, basically keeping their mouth shut like Daddy told him to.
Yeah, I when I heard that they separated Josie from the other two, I had a, you know, I just had a sinking feeling that, you know, something was going on there.
Did not want children to. They did not want Children's Services told that they were up there essaying these children the way they were. And when they separated, you know, and he was telling Josie, you know, to keep their mouth shut, right?
And with Jody Sue coming out saying that, you know, when Dawn took Josie to Utah, you know, she made the allegations that they thought it was going on then too. I mean, it's got, at some point, it's got to go from allegations to proof. And I think that's what Dawn's afraid of right now. Just because CPS said, you know, they're not going to look into it no more, doesn't mean that that law enforcement ain't. And it doesn't mean law enforcement's got 25 years to come after them.
Does anybody know somebody named Meadowhawk? Do you guys know anybody named Meadowhawk? They're in the backstage.
I ain't never heard of them.
I ain't never heard of them either. You have to show me your face, not your whole house, honey. I don't need to see your house, just you. Just you. I need to see you if you want to come up on panel. You got to turn the camera around so I can see you. They're still showing me their house.
But I remember when the news lady said that CPS was investigating the little girl right before she went missing. And the WJHL also said that CPS is a part of the investigation into her disappearance. Now, if that don't speak volumes, I don't know what does, PG.
Right? Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. What do you need, Meadowhawk? Hello?
Well, I'm willing to talk. I just don't want you to see my face. So there you go.
Oh, you just didn't want me to see your face.
Yeah. So I'm willing to talk to y'all, but I don't want to show my face. So.
Oh, okay. So what did you want to talk about?
Well,
I got-
your chat wanted me to come online because I'm a person who thinks Dawn and Candace are innocent. I don't think they're good people, but I think they're innocent. So
You
Sorry,
believe what makes you believe that these two people who didn't want to put out flyers for their child, they didn't
well,
want to
I don't think they're good people, but it's a dream. I told the chat earlier. I had a dream.
do you have
I
children?
saw.
Do you have children?
Yes, I do.
And if your child went missing, would you burn would you burn all the flyers in a fire pit, or would you hand them out to find your child?
That's a tough question. So initially, no, I would not. But 4 years in, with nothing being done,
No, I'm talking about right at the beginning.
with me being accused if I was innocent.
Would you want?
Well, they didn't burn the flyers right at the beginning.
And yeah, they did, because they
I
burned
lost
them
you,
right.
honey. Sorry.
They burned them right at the beginning.
No, they burned them this year. Four
No,
years.
No, they didn't.
4 years in, they burned them. They were
No,
like,
they
don't put those out.
No,
and they
that's
burned
not
them.
That's not true. They burned those flyers. Dawn,
Okay,
when Summer first went missing, they wasn't handing none out, doing nothing.
Okay.
They were backing them up. We have witnesses to that. Now, then Dawn went to jail. Candace left the hill. But when they came back, Dawn did nine months in jail. As soon as they came back from that 9 months, Candace went up there first before Dawn and started burning stuff. And then as soon as Dawn got out of jail, he was out there, and they was all burning all the flyers and a lot of other things as well out there at the fire pit. And that was early on. That wasn't 4 years later, honey. That was early on. So that's what you would have done if you had a missing child? Would you wanted the reward fund for your child? Would you wanted the money for you, or would you wanted the reward fund for your child to be found? I can't hear you. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. She decided to leave. She
That
decided.
didn't last very long, did it?
No, it didn't last very long, because I think they're innocent, but then you look like a fucking ass that you are, because you know nothing about the goddamn case. And
I mean, people can have their opinions and their views. Like, people can say,
I don't care if you have your opinion, but do your fucking homework before
right.
you do your research, know what's going on before you go make that opinion, right?
Right. I mean, if you come on here and say, I think they're innocent, you know why? Okay, they already know why we think they're not innocent. So prove like you said, prove your case as to why you think they are innocent.
Exactly. When it comes to a innocent 5-year-old little girl, it's not innocent until proven guilty. It's guilty until you prove your ass innocent. Because 99.9% of the time, it's the mother freaking parents that does it. 9 times out of 10, it's the parent. 9 times out of 10, it is the parent. You got that one is when it isn't, right?
Right. And we have enough.
Hey, Mary's coming up. Mary's coming up to join us, Dawn.
Oh,
okay, Mary, if you want to close the camera, you can, or you can leave it open. How you doing, Mary? Girlfriend, you look beautiful. You absolutely look beautiful.
I'm doing good. How are you, Sissy?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
How are you, Mary?
How are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Getting a little bit of snow. Are you getting any snow, PG?
We got dust. Not a lot, but dust.
Yeah, we're getting about 1 inch here, but I mean, we'll take what we can get.
Yeah, right. The thing is, And
We've got
the
a
thing
few
is, it'll snow in November. It'll snow, like early December or after or in January. You want that snow on Christmas, right? That's
Yeah.
what you pray for. You pray for that white Christmas, and very seldom you get it. Especially, the way things going now. You sure hope for it, but you don't get them white Christmases.
Yeah.
Once upon a time, it seemed like everybody got them,
Yeah.
but not anymore.
Well, how you been doing, Mary?
I've been doing good. I just wanted to come up because you guys were saying something about them flyers. Now
Yeah.
I have Donnie on tape when I was talking to him, telling me that him and Candace threw away over 4,000 flyers. This was right after she went missing, probably about 2-3 months
Right.
after she went missing. Yeah, he
Exactly.
told me they threw them away. They
Mhm.
threw them away. Yep.
And they were and when and right after because people were bringing more because people that's how people thought they could help them by bringing more and more, and they burned them all. They burned them along with a bunch of other stuff, and you got to wonder because
Yeah.
law enforcement went in Don's house while he was in jail. Remember that, Don B? Remember
Yeah.
they went in and checked that safe.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell? What the hell they feel? What the hell did they feel was so important to burn right after this? What was they up there? Because man, they was up there for and I know for a fact it's not it's not he said she said. I know for a damn fact that there was a fire going on that damn hill burning shit for over a week. When Don's getting out of jail.
Wow.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
that's crazy.
Yeah. I'm gonna and I'll tell you. Mm-hmm.
I've been in the chat for probably 45 minutes arguing with Donnie. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but yeah.
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 Well, he seen you. He seen you and wanted to come in and argue.
Oh, no,
I mean,
he wanted to try to do that control thing, didn't he?
yeah. Because he did it, he thinks he conditioned Mary and her sisters a long time ago. And he thinks he can continue. He has some right to continue to do so. And and Mary's showing his ass that it ain't happening. She's
Yeah,
like,
he don't like it when I stand up to him.
right.
He knows I'm not going to take his crap,
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I think it pisses him off, but oh well.
Right. I'm going to tell you, you did a good job. Mary, handling him. And I'm going to tell you, when Ronnie Lawson said, what took 4.5 hours to call law enforcement, that's telling everybody right then and there that they believe Summer wasn't alive on those milk jugs. What took 4.5 hours? They knew that, and then when Pruitt came out and said, we looked and looked and looked, and then we did that extra deep dive. And when we got nothing there, we knew wandering off was off the table too. That left foul play. They know, and they wasn't looking above ground. They was looking below ground. They wasn't searching for somebody alive. They was looking for somebody unalived.
Yeah.
And Pruitt plainly let us know that when he said, I know everybody's hoping, people's hoping she's alive, but that ain't what they're really looking for. I mean,
Yeah.
he was letting you know that, they're adamant that this little girl at that horse pond, that was her final place. And I'll tell you why they're saying this. They're saying this because of, the way she looked in the back seat, staged up. They're saying this because, of some of the slip ups Hunter made. And they know that Candace was, They know that Candace turned the camera off as Hunter went into the water. They didn't want to film no more when she films everything. They also knew that, you know, that little video clip was stagery to make it look like she got back home. And so an abduction could happen. I mean, law enforcement ain't as stupid as you think. They're pretty fucking smart. They know what the hell they're doing. And they're looking, what they're looking for is a deceased child, right? That's out there somewhere. And they want to find it so that they can prosecute the shit out of these evil bastards that they know destroyed her, which is Don, Candace, and Grandis. This, you know, we got to face the truth. We got to face the truth here. And Don and Candace and Grandis, they damn know that I'm telling the truth. And you know, I'm sure they hate it. Most people, evil people, hate the truth. They don't like it. You know, the truth convicts them, right? The truth convicts them. That's the problem.
Yeah,
I wonder if Dawn knows that they're closing. I wonder if there's been activity, you know, since that search warrant got executed up there. I
heard they're closing, and I heard they're tying up loose ends. I hear that little search. I heard that little search up there was a loose end. That actually Tennessee is starting to think about prosecuting without a body. They're thinking, you know, because other states do it, they're actually thinking of doing it themselves with this particular case. Now, I don't know.
Well, you know,
This is what I'm
they have
hearing.
enough to say. I don't know. I
hear they think they do. I hear they think they do. You know.
Yeah. And we don't really know exactly what the boys told. And the thing is, if the boys did tell something incriminating on them.
Well, I do know that the boys told two different people and law enforcement that they felt their sister was outside. They, you know, they told Jody Sue first that hey, she was out on the swing because she didn't ever get out of the car. They thought she did and was playing outside, you know, running around outside, not inside. They told that flute player, we thought she's outside on the swing. See, they didn't ever see her. They didn't ever see her after they got the groceries out. You know, they seen her in the car, but they didn't ever see her get out. And they just assumed she did, and she'd been outside the whole time. And that's what they was telling law enforcement as well. And then, you know, they also, these boys also told about getting SA'd. They said Don and Candace both did it.
Yeah.
Not just Don and Candace both.
But when you go to a trial, this is probably what's taking
Well,
so
that's
long.
why they signed him over, Don. That's why
How do you
over to avoid prosecution on SA charges.
Yeah, but that's CPS. When I Googled it.
That's the court. See, when CPS files charges, when children say that they've been done like that, CPS files those charges in the court system. What happens is they convince the court system to let these parents sign the children over, not to put the children through all that hell. And, you know, the parents sign the kids over to CPS so they can be safe from these perverts and, you know, and not have to go through all that hell of the court hearings and everything. And that's exactly what Don and Candace went in there and did. They signed them over to avoid the prosecution through the court system. Absolutely.
Well, the state, when I Googled it, the state, because the state prosecutor's office and CPS are two different entities. And the state prosecutor's office can go after Don and Candace up to 25 years after the allegations when CPS they've wiped their hands clean with it. Even if CPS says that it's unfounded and they've closed the case, the state's prosecutor's office has 25 years to go after the perpetrators for sexual crimes.
Yeah, I heard they could take over and press charges.
Yeah, it ain't got nothing to do with CPS at this point.
Right.
Well, I'm going to tell you another thing. when those boys turn of age, they turn 18. Those boys turn of age. They can actually get a lawyer and put a lawsuit, you know, for what the parents have done to them, all the, you know, all the evilness that they caused them and done to them. They can get a lawsuit against them and take everything the parents own as well.
Yeah, if you go Google how long the state of Tennessee has to prosecute sex crimes on minors, they have the prosecutor's office in the state of Tennessee. It's different with every state, but in Tennessee, it says they have 25 years after their 18th birthday. You can go Google it right now.
That's nice. That's awesome. Yeah.
Sex
Karma's
crimes on
coming,
minors.
Donnie. That's all I can say. Karma's coming, Donnie. So I hope you're prepared.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to tell you, I really think Donald's dad was trying to hang on. He was trying to hang on to see justice served for his granddaughter. He wanted to know. He wanted to know, you know, I think this man knew that, you know, that Donnie, Candace, and Grandis are guilty as hell. That's my opinion. And I think he was trying to hang on to get justice served against him. He was worried about his little granddaughter, and he just couldn't hold on for the justice to be served. You know, but he knows that what he was thinking was right. I think this man regretted. I think he regretted getting Donnie out of everything his whole life after what happened to Summer. I think that this man repented. I mean, repented for all the sin that he, you know, that he put up with this boy and done because on the behalf of this boy. And I think that, you know, and he felt, I think this man felt like his granddaughter, his final justice with this evil son of his, what took out his granddaughter. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
And he had to live to see it.
Yeah. You know, when Donnie was down here, I mean, I would go to my mom's 2-3 times a week. And pretty much every freaking time I walked into that darn house, Donnie was in the bedroom trying to get my dad to fight him. I mean, here he is in bed, can barely walk, you know, and Donnie's trying to get him to fight him, you know, and he's an 80-year-old man. Like,
Just
are you kidding me?
Just imagine what the mother went through. Just imagine what his mother went through with him there.
Yeah.
God have mercy, Mary. God have mercy.
I mean, yeah, they've definitely left a trail of destruction through several states, ain't they?
Yes. Yes, they have. And you know, it's a horrible thing. All these victims across the country at the hands of these evil son of a bitches that have no fucking heart at all. They have, I can't even call them black-hearted because they have no heart. They have none. They're a waste. They're a waste of skin and bones.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna let you go, Sissy, but I just wanted to let you know I'm in the chat. So.
Hey, Mary, I appreciate you coming up, and God bless you. And if you guys have not watched Mary's channel, she has a cooking channel. If you are not subscribed and have watched it, please do, because this woman has some awesome recipes, let me tell you, and some great ideas. She does stuff that we don't even think that, you know, about. She does, you know, she comes up with ideals so easy, so simple, and so good, and it only takes minutes to make, and it's like, wow, you know. I'm going to tell you, you're amazing, girl. Don't ever let nobody tell you you're not, because you are. And you're so kind and caring and loving, kindring spirit. God bless you.
Thanks so much, Sissy. And you have a good night, Don.
Okay, you too, Mary. It's good seeing you.
Merry Christmas.
Yes, you too, Sissy.
Well, PG, I mean, that right there, I mean, that just goes to show you. I mean, that's some loving family right there.
Hey, I'm going to tell you, that girl, her and her sisters were all heart. and Don Wells was the devil.
Yeah, I mean, Summer will never get to know Mary.
I
The
know.
boys will never get to know Mary. Well, hopefully they will at some point, but I mean,
Mary's one of them people. Mary's one of them people that you just want to hug. You just want to squeeze her and hug her because she's such a beautiful soul. You know, she's just a beautiful human being. And how this son of a bitch could be mean to her and want to do horrible things to her, I don't know. You know,
I mean,
Candace called her up and they pulled that horrible stunt on her. And then they had the audacity to call me right afterwards, laughing their asses off, and gave me her phone number. Gave me her phone number and wanted me to call her and tell her I'm law enforcement. I said, ain't no way in hell I'm going to do that. Do you understand that you're not allowed to portray yourself as any type of law enforcement? I mean, do you know what could happen to you doing this kind of stuff? You know, I was like, no. And why'd you guys do that to her? Because it's funny. No, that shit ain't funny. You know, I don't.
and all this time, and wasn't that when the boys were in CPS custody?
Oh yeah, the boys were already in CPS custody. Absolutely.
And that just goes to show you what they were more focused on. And I mean, I'm telling you, those boys are going to grow up and be like, why did our parents give up on us?
You know what? Give up on them. They wasn't ever there for them to begin with.
No, they wasn't.
You can't give up. You can't give up on something you wasn't ever there for to begin with.
Right.
You know, Don and Candace didn't see their children as gifts from God like me and you and other people do. They didn't want to see their child have a way better life than them, you know, and prosper better than they did, like most parents do. You know, what they wanted was to, you know, they seen their children as objects, something they own, like, you know, like a vehicle or you know, an old tool that you can use whenever you want to and throw it back. They, you know, these kids wasn't ever, you know, thought of as, you know, treasures or gifts from God that, you know, that they wanted to actually take care of and listen to and put up with and, you know, educate and everything to become something in life. They didn't care. Don and Candace did not have that in them. They looked at these kids as objects that they could use, abuse, allow others to use and abuse. They looked at them as, you know, Don Wells is one of those people who feels like he owns people and he can do whatever he wants. He could, you know, offend them and force them and do whatever he wants to them because he feels like he's, you know, some kind of obligation that he can do this to other people. And it's disgusting. It's fucking sick. And could you imagine what these children were going through with somebody that, you know, felt like Summer? He felt he owned her, that she's going to do what he wants her to fucking do. And that's just how it is. You know, you don't say no to Donnie. You don't say no to Donnie.
Yeah, and that urge to come back when he found out that Jose was in the house.
Hey, I'm going to tell you. Oh, we just had Mary up here. I wish she could have told you. Donnie didn't come back because of Jose.
Oh,
Donnie
I know he
came
didn't.
back.
I know he didn't. He came back to keep his property from being touched.
No, he came back. He came back because Mary's husband and Mary's brother was going to whoop his fucking ass because he was trying to tell his dad that he's bringing Candace, Grandis, and all them kids there and taking over everything. And his dad told him no. And he went after his dad, and they had to attack him and send his ass back. They told him that he to get in his truck, get the fuck out of there, and not come back. And that's when he left.
Oh, okay. And it just happened to be that Jose was there at the time.
It just happened to be at the time he knew Jose was there. He was okay with Jose being there. Actually, after he came back, he lived with Jose too. Jose was living with all of them there. He was fine with Jose. Absolutely fine. Until Jose said, I want somewhere out to shower.
What was Don doing out there anyway at that time?
trying to move in on his dad. He was wanting to sell his mom's stuff and go take over his dad's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's what he was doing.
Was Summer around at that point?
No, Summer had already. Oh yeah, no, she was. No, Summer hadn't come up missing yet.
No, I mean, but she was born at that point and in the house and everything.
She was 4 years old. Summer was 4
Okay.
years old at
So
that
all that
time.
happened right before she went missing. A
It
little bit
happened
before she went missing.
8 months. 8 months
Okay.
before she went missing.
Okay.
Yeah, because Jose was up there. He left in September, and Summer came up missing in June.
Okay. Because, I was thinking, because, he probably considered Summer his property and, he was not about to let nobody else move in on that. That's where I was thinking the reason why he come back in such a hurry.
No, he wasn't worried. He wasn't worried about Jose because Jose wasn't, Jose, as far as I know, Jose wasn't into children.
Yeah, yeah, but I did Dawn really know that?
Well, we pretty much know Jose wasn't because
I
when
know.
when Don had Summer in that shower,
I know.
Jose said, get her out. If you don't get her out, Candace, I will.
Yeah.
Here's her tail. Get her out of there.
Yeah.
And, and Jose was, I want to tell you, Jose was one of those guys, and I've seen many of them in my life that, they don't like to work. They don't like to work too much. But when they move in with a woman, they help cook and they help pick up and clean. And, they treat the kids with the utmost respect and kindness. They wash clothes and fold them and stuff, and because they feel like that's their pay. That's their pay and they get a job. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they do. Basically, they're a gigolo, right? They're a mother freaking loafer and gigolo that you don't want to pull into your house because, after a while, they're not doing anything but living off of your ass and you're doing it all. And, so you got to get rid of people like that. You can't, if a man can't work to take care of himself, at least take care of himself and getting the hell out of there.
Yeah.
Actually, you're smart. You wouldn't let him in.
Right.
But the point being is that's the kind of man he was.
Yeah.
And so Candace and him had him in there and, he was doing all the work. That house was fucking nasty. He was doing all the work and, probably the kids trying to help him out just to hang around, have something to do. And, yes, he knew what towel Summer grabbed all the time because he's washing the clothes. He's folding the clothes. He's seeing them get dirty. And, here Don comes home and he's in the shower with this little girl and he's doing, obviously Jose heard something or seen something very, very disgusting and he wanted her out of there and he told Candace, you go get her or I'll get her. I mean, it had to be bad for him saying, I'll go in there and get her.
Yeah. And that's probably what started the whole rift between him and Dawn. So.
Yeah. So my dad, he thought Candace put Summer in the septic tank. Yeah, that's, but yeah. And then, I mean, that 911 call, which I have on hand, tells it all. Right here.
Oh, yeah.
When her mom wouldn't help her. This little girl started screaming, somebody, anybody, help me.
Hey, did they dispatch police up there after that call?
Yes, absolutely. This is the 911 call, and yes, police showed up. And guess what? Don and Candace and Candace did. Don had them put the focus on an old pea shooter, and instead of, you know, why they were truly there. He got their minds off on something totally different, so they wouldn't get children's services up. Do you know what the law enforcement's supposed to done? They supposed to came up there and they supposed to talk to this little girl. They should have said, where's the little girl that's screaming in the background? We need her to come out here. We need to see her. We need to talk to her. And they should have had children's services right behind them, picking this little girl up, taking this little girl to the hospital. They should have been having Jose to the side, talking about this little girl and why was this man attacking this little girl. That's what they should have been focused on. But no, they went up there and got focused on a fucking pea shooter, and other bullshit, instead of why they were truly there. And that was the damn problem. And that's why this child got no help. That child got no help because these people are brainless and don't stay on course, right?
Yeah. I mean, I wondered about that ever since I heard that call. I was like, you know, because in most cases, you know, in a domestic, they're going to show up whether you want them there or not. And you know, they're going to come in and make sure everybody's okay. And I was just like, surely if I wonder if they even went in the house, because I'm thinking if they went in that house, it probably, you know, I'd have probably told my partner, I'd have said, you wait right here. I need to go outside and make a phone call.
They didn't even go in that house. They didn't even bother because
they couldn't have.
No, they you know, they don't want to go in them places. You know what? When even Child Protective Services don't want to go to those fucking places. They do not want to go in those homes like that. I mean, do you want to wear your fucking $200 worth of clothes in there and to have to, you know, possibly throw them away because of, you know, the scabies and the lice and all the stuff that's going to attack you? Do you want to really go home and have to take your clothes off, you know, and in a backyard or in a mud room so that you can wash down before you feel it's safe to go around your own children and stuff, or into your own home? I mean, these people want to stay in the yard. They, you know, if they're forced to go up there, they want to stay as far back as possible away from these, you know, these situations and these kind of humans. You know, that ain't what you signed up for. You signed up to pull your hair back in a ponytail, throw on some damn tennis shoes and a pair of jeans and a shirt that you don't give a shit about, and get your ass up there with your, you know, with your beautiful nails that you spend all day getting done. You got to get your ass up there, you know, with your mother freaking manicures and your pedicures and all your mother freaking shit. And you've got to get your ass inside of there and say, I don't know how many kids you got, but it says here that you've got 4 or 5, so bring them out here. I need to look at them, you know, not in the yard, in the mother freaking living room. I need to check your refrigerator. I need to see the clothing. I need to see a washer and dryer. I need to see that everything's going up good here. Let's see the bedrooms of these children, where they sleep, you know, what's the accommodations for them, how much, you know, how much have you been spending on them? How much have you been taking care of them? What the hell have you been doing? And why am I here? Why am I here? You know, I'm not going to tell you why I'm here. You tell me why I'm here. Right?
Did Dawn or Candace ever tell you how many times CPS was actually called on them?
I know that Dawn said that, he said that Candace and Allie had been, you know, had been using Child Protective Services as, you know, weaponizing one another with Child Protective Services, meaning Candace calling on Allie, Allie's calling on Candace. And they've had him up there a few times, you know, over this kind of stuff. He said that, you know, Allison's mother, somehow, you know, he said she got a hair up her ass and had Children's Services up there on them. He didn't ever mention the teachers. Actually seeing, you know, Candace, because, you know, he ain't going to say nothing about teachers because, you know, they're not Allie's and Allie's mothers, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, people who are like them. You can understand people like them doing stuff like that, but if he try to blow smoke up your ass about some teachers, you're going to be like, oh, wait a minute, you know. No, they have probable cause. There have to be something that you ain't saying to cause a teacher to do all of this. But, you know, so he don't mention the educated field of, you know, CPS calls to his house. He's just, you know, talking about the ones that, you know, came from the likes of himself.
Okay. Because I'm just wondering, you know, out of all them CPS visits, I mean, okay, when you were up there, if you was CPS, I mean, was the place kind of cleaned up when you was there?
To be honest with you, I haven't been on that hill. I've been up there, but I ain't been on the hill.
No, I mean, when you was up there a long time ago.
I wasn't up there a long time ago.
Oh, I was under the impression that.
No, I wasn't. Oh. I was not on 110 Ben Hill Road ever.
Oh, okay.
Up where the house is. No, I have, just like you, I've been into Tennessee. I've been down the road and seen how disgusting it is. That was enough for me. I've seen Warriors Path. I've seen, all the places around there. I've seen quite a bit. Matter of fact, I was in Gatlinburg, and some of the other places. And I'm going to be honest with you. I went there. I had my children with me. And I'm going to be honest. I didn't see nobody. Looking at children. Nobody was looking at my children. It looked like just a normal, everyday people, coming and going to and fro, shopping and whatever. And nobody was standing around like, they was wanting to buy anybody's kids or anything like that. That's just, that's not true. That's not true. And I was, absolutely not. I was there with kids. And that, people saying, oh, in this area, you got these people standing around and looking and acting like they want to take kids and stuff. I didn't see none of that shit.
Okay.
All I seen was a bunch of normal people like we are, just coming and going, doing their thing. I even went to restaurants and everything else, and those people were very nice, very kind, very caring. Nothing like that. So when people were talking about they taking the kids in and meeting up at carousels and lining people up to buy kids because that's the place where they do stuff.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
Well, I was just curious about the CPS because, I had an issue just a couple of days ago where, the old saying, if you see something, say something. And I didn't see it, but I heard about it. So I said something to CPS. CPS did go to the family's home. And of course, there wasn't no guns pulled because I'm sure, that's why it's all got me like just.
No, because see, what you don't understand is when the 911 call, when the law enforcement went up there, it was about pow being pulled.
No, when Allie said that she went to go get her kids and Candace said
that go up there and get them and everything.
Yeah.
But she didn't tell law enforcement that part. You didn't know that, did you? She when she went up there to get her kids, she called law enforcement and told law enforcement that her kids were up there, and her and Candace had an altercation, but she did not. If you listen to the 911 call, I don't know, if you can get a hold of it or not, you might be able to. But and she did not, when she called him, she did not say anything about any type of weapons at all. She just said that, you know, they had an altercation, and that this woman ain't sending her kids home like they supposed to, and she don't know what's going on, and she needs law enforcement up there to help her obtain her children. And they showed up, and the kids all had to come down and get in her vehicle, and they left. But she did not mention that. But on the 911 call, yeah, that's what, Don used that weapon that he knew was legal as long as, it wasn't, had the right stuff in it. That's what he wanted to, wanted the law enforcement to focus upon, and not what the real 911 call was about. And that's what, and if you take note, that's exactly what he did, when he wanted to talk about Mary and her sisters and everything. He wanted to put the focus on that instead of Summer, because he felt that with Mary and them, that's not going to put him in prison, but focusing on Summer would. Don always likes to direct the focus somewhere else, because that's his to go to. That's his to go to. Let's put it somewhere else and not where it belongs.
With everybody saying CPS didn't do this and didn't do that, that's not what I witnessed a couple days ago. Because when I called CPS and had, gave them the information I had, I followed up with CPS, and I need to be careful what I say here, but they done the right thing. I have to say they done the right thing. A caseworker is going to be in that house 3 days a week for the next 6 months, making sure the kids are taken care of. That's as much as I can say about it. So, I mean, for people to say CPS ain't doing nothing, or they don't do nothing, I'm sure there are cases where they don't do stuff or may not do the right stuff. But in this case, when I got them involved and followed up with CPS, having a caseworker come into your home three days out of a whole week for 6 months, that speaks volumes to me that they're trying. I mean, why wasn't that done? I mean, was that done at 110 Ben Hill Road?
Well, after when the 911 call was made with Jose, Candace had to get a restraining order, not just for her, but for the children as well. Don wasn't supposed to be back around them. He wasn't supposed to be back around them anymore after that. But Candace dropped everything because Don offered to give her a vehicle. She dropped everything, that car, that vehicle. Candace sold Summer out for that candy apple car. She sold her daughter out for that candy apple car. Instead of saving her daughter, she said she threw Summer under the bus and took that vehicle, and Grandis hauled Jose out of there so he wouldn't, see or know anything else, and took him far away so people wouldn't know anything. And it went right back to what it was. It went right back,
See,
Candace
I think
had no problems with Don. Her and Candace and Don Wells' relationship is really fucking weird, because let me tell you something. They don't care. Don doesn't care who she's with. She doesn't care who he's with. I mean, they don't care. They don't care, they don't care to share. The problem is they're not sharing. They're not, they're not sharing with older people. They're sharing with children.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with other CPS visits at 110 Ben Hill Road, but I have a gut feeling that this last visit that Don's talking about was about to turn into a caseworker showing up at their house 3 days a week and getting very intensive with their family. And that wasn't going to happen, because if it did happen, I think the rest of the story.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. Their case wasn't closed. There was no
No.
caseworker up there. There was no caseworker up there on the 14th. There was no caseworker up there on the 15th. No caseworker was up there 14th or the 15th of June at all. Not matter of fact, on the 14th, they were all down on the road, really raising hell, partying and talking and raising a lot of hell down there, all over the bottom of the hill. Jody Sue, Andy, their kids, Grandis, Candace, and Donald, all their kids, they had the road packed down there. You know,
They must have been up there at some point.
They were up there. I'm going to tell you, the teachers had seen Candace, you know, kind of brutally attack Summer, and they had called in, and Child Protective Services did come up there, did show up there. This was about that would have been, let me think. I say about April. That was around April. I believe it was in about April of 2021, and that's when they opened a case.
Mm-hmm.
And they had came up there. They had come up there, I think, once or twice over that period of time. I believe that they came up there in April. They had made a visit in May, and they was getting ready to shut the case, but they hadn't done it yet. So, and that right after that case was opened is when they completely shaved Summer's head off, all of her hair. And I believe that was, yeah, that was around the time that they completely had shaved her head.
Why would Dawn lie and say they were up there the day before? I mean, what would he have to gain from lying about that?
Matter of fact, Dawn ran down to Fred's, had talked to Fred there around the time CPS was, showing up over all this stuff. Mm-hmm. And I think Fred, this is just my opinion, I think Fred was, was the reason that they shaved Summer's head, because I truly believe they were sedating kids up there to, because Allison's mother had already made a prior report. She had made a prior report to this prior, to Child Protective Services that they were up there doing this to children, giving them illegal stuff so they could have at them, do bad stuff to them. So that was already reported prior. Mm-hmm. And I think that's why they took all of Summer's hair off the way they did. And then her hair started to, by the time this caseworker showed up in May, her hair started to grow back out a little bit. And Dawn and Candace was trying to use the lice thing, but the boys all had their hair. But you know how caseworkers are, they're more worried. They're more worried about the dogs and the being in that secluded area, and they're just fucking uncomfortable as hell as it is, and and they're just trying to make it in and make it out of there because that's their job.
Yeah,
they don't really want to do it, and they and they got the hell out of there, and they hadn't came back. They was going to close the case, but they hadn't came back. The case was not closed, and Summer came up. She was getting too sick, and they knew they knew that the caseworker was due to be back anytime, and they needed to do what they did. They needed to do what they did. You know, but if I walked up on that hill, you know, if I hadn't pulled my hair back in a ponytail and throwed my blue jeans and tennis shoes on to go up on that damn hill, let me tell you something. I'm going to see everything. I want to see where these kids play. I want to see their refrigerator. I want to see their bedrooms. I want to see everything. If everything ain't ample for these children, and I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to have law enforcement coming up. I'm going to go back to my vehicle, and you're going to think I left, but I ain't. I'm going to go down on the road, and I'm going to call law enforcement, and they're going to come, and I'm coming back up there, and we're taking these kids the hell out of there, and I don't give a fuck what you think.
See, that's kind of what happened in this scenario that I'm talking about a couple days ago. I got involved with, and like I was saying, the caseworker was going to be at their house 3 days a week for the next 6 months to make sure that everything works out.
Child Protective Services was not going to be at their house for no 6 months.
Really?
No, Child Protective Services in Tennessee, they closed the case within. Usually they close the case within 90 days.
Oh, okay. And what I'm talking about is just simple. The case that I'm talking about is just a simple, it would basically be simple neglect with maybe some drugs involved. It wouldn't be nothing near as bad as Dawn and Candace's. And they were going to go in that house. They were going to visit that house 3 days a week for 6 months, just on that basic neglect.
No, that's not true.
Yeah. I talked to the caseworker. Well, I talked to the caseworker that's going to do it.
Yeah, well, she lied. She lied to you. It's a 60 to 90 day, and they didn't even. And it was late April when the case was even opened, and summer was gone before the 90 days was even up. They only been up there like twice. Candace wasn't even answering the door once, and the second time they showed up, they got to talk with her a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That case wasn't even closed.
Huh.
So, it's all bullshit. I don't know what they're saying to you, but it's all bullshit. And Don Wells knows it. Don and Candace knows that PG tells the truth, right? They know. They're like, how the hell does this bitch know everything? Well, they should think about that.
So CPS basically blew Dawn and Candace off.
Well, let me tell you something. For one, the caseworkers up there, caseworkers don't want to do their job. They don't want to do their job. And let me tell you something. And here's the thing. When people are working for Child Protective Services, and you go to a house where it looks like that, here's what you're told. People that live in areas like that, they don't have much, and you don't take people's kids just because they're poor and they're living in the backwoods and this is how folks live. And the kids are going to school and they fall on hard times, and you can't take people's kids because they got a full-time working dad, and they got a stay-at-home mom, and she's putting them on the school buses. She lost her temper, and people lose their temper. They go through stuff, and basically what they're saying is, look, these kind of kids have lice and scabies and all this stuff, and it's hard to place them in homes, like bring them through the doors of other people's houses, and we're going to have to bring them back here, and then we're going to have to do all this stuff before we can even place them in a home. And if you're the caseworker, then you have to stay with them. If you can't find somewhere to take them, then you got to stay with them right there and do all of this stuff yourself. And you don't get to go home. Do you really want to go through all this shit? No.
Yeah.
When it's easier to just leave them where they're at, and in your own mind, throw the pity party that you're supposed to be throwing for them and move on. I mean, it ain't like you went into a big clean house where they got all kinds of, they got mother freaking coffee. Hey, you want to sit down, have some coffee, and big clean counter, and the place looks immaculate and the refrigerator's full and the kids are dressed well. It ain't like you're going in there. You're going into, you're walking into fucking hell with your Louis Vuitton, your brand new mother freaking manicure and pedicure, right? Your mother freaking $100 and some boots on. I mean, you don't.
Yeah, well, this caseworker had to go to LeConte Medical Center. Literally had to go to a medical hospital in regards to the issue, and after and this is kind of what pissed me off.
You had to go to a medical center for what?
Because of the child was there. And medical center cleared the parent of any wrongdoing or anything like that, and said you can go see your child now, right? So the mother went to go see the child. The nurse stopped her and said, "You're not fucking coming back here. You're not. No, you're. I'm calling the doctor." And the mom is like, "Listen, right here's the paper where I'm cleared by CPS of any wrongdoing. If you don't let me see my daughter right now, you're going to have a lawsuit on your hands." And after that, I asked the mother, "What's going to happen?" She said, "They're going to come in my house 3 days a week for the next 6 months and make sure I've got the resources and stuff like that to help me out. Not take my kids, but to help us out."
Right. So this child's in bad shape because of the mother. They let this mother have access to the child again.
Well, there's more to it because, there's the mother was, it's more of a neglect thing. And anyway, the kid, I guess, told the caseworker, what was going on. And the caseworker is like, "Okay, well, if that's the situation, you are not to be around these people no more. I know your parent has been letting you be around these people." And basically CPS said, "This is how we're going to handle this. And we're not going to take your kid, but this is how we're going to handle it."
Right.
And that's when I found out from the caseworker and the parent that, there's going to be follow-ups and this and that. And I thought, damn. And I thought, hearing all the stuff on the internet, y'all didn't do shit. I didn't say that to her, but I was thinking that, you know what I mean?
I'm going to tell you, I don't know what particular case you're talking about. It must be somebody you know. But 9 times out of 10, they don't do their job. 9 times out of 10, they return these children back, turn them back to, when a child's being neglected and abused. The only way they really remove a kid is, if SA is in play, then they will remove the kid and let these parents sign the kids over, avoid prosecution type bullshit, which is, so wrong, but they do allow it to happen. And, and that puts other children at risk. That puts all the other children at risk that's ever around these sickos. I mean, they might protect those kids, but they ain't protecting the future children that might end up around these fucking predators. And I think that's bullshit. I think it's bullshit, and it shouldn't be allowed. If those kids need saved, then you need to save all children. and put these predators in prison where they can't hurt no child. Save all the children. Save all the children at once by just putting those fuckers in prison. They shouldn't be allowed
cops
to.
too.
They shouldn't be allowed to sign the kids over to avoid prosecution. They should get their ass prosecuted and put in fucking prison so they can't hurt anyone else.
Yeah, it's
And
about cops
our system is so fucked up. Our system is so fucked up. But
I
that's
mean-
the only way to take them. And you find these kids that these motherfuckers are abusing and hurting and you know, using as punching bags or whatever. And let me tell you something. They hand them right back to those parents, and they hand them right back to those parents until that child isn't here no more as well. Most
Yeah,
of
and
the
those cops that responded that night when Candace called, you know, they failed to do their duty. They failed to do their job.
Absolutely. Absolutely, they did.
But not all cops are going to do that. You know, I can't say all of them are that
No,
neglectful.
you can't stick them all in a bag at once unless you're in Hawkins County.
Yeah.
Unless you're in Hawkins County, you can't stick every cop in the same bag.
Right.
You know, but
I think
they're-
90% of the cops
they're-
out there would do the right thing.
in Hawkins County, I think you can. In Hawkins
Yeah.
County, I think you stick them all in the same bag. That's my opinion about them. I don't think any of them's worth 2 fucking cents. When they let idiots like Don and Candace get away with a fucking crime like this for over 4.5 years, you know, that speaks volume about how shitty their law enforcement is. If you
It
ask
seems to be a
That's
culturistic thing out there, PG. It almost feels like a culturistic thing out there. I mean, look at Brandon Lawson.
Let me tell you.
He got a slap on the wrist, didn't he?
Right. And
it's almost like a culturistic thing in Hawkins County for there not to be, you know.
What seems to be a culture thing in that county is all of these is a whole lot. I'm not saying everyone, but a hell of a lot are, you know, sick, twisted minds.
Yeah.
You know, it ain't just Don, Candace, and Grandis. You know, it's this Lawson son. It's, you know, the Don Churfy son. It's, you know, the Light Boys. I mean, it's like it's a fucking epidemic. It's like it's an epidemic down there of sickos, you know, when it comes to children. It's like, don't go there with a child, okay? Don't go there.
Right.
Keep your children away.
Right.
It's sick. It's, you know, what child's safe around these people? I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, even Jody Sue won't send her kids to school, right?
I feel bad for TBI because TBI, you know, having to deal, you know, work alongside that. They have to try to work alongside, you know, Hawkins County. But I mean, I feel bad for TBI.
I don't. I
mean,
think, you know, TBI is Hawkins County. TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, they are Hawkins County. They are all Sullivan County. They are all these people. And I'm going to tell you, when the law enforcement looks shitty, if Hawkins County looks shitty, TBI looks shitty. Anytime, law enforcement is a brotherhood. And anytime they're looking shitty, they all feel that they look shitty. And that's why they all take care of one another. They all cover up for one another, and they all do what they do. I mean, in a case like this, you got to bring in the feds. You got to bring in outsiders. If you want the case solved, you got to bring in outsiders to solve it, because it ain't going to get solved in there.
Yeah, you know, that last press conference that they had when Leslie Earhart was there and all them detectives were lined up on the wall and they were putting on a show.
Oh, yeah.
It seemed like Leslie was, it almost seemed like she was aggravated and didn't want to be there. And I was just thinking, man, there must be some stuff going on behind the scenes where she just, they probably were butting heads and about to go at it before that press conference.
Right. I'm going to tell you something, Don. Summer's case is a mess. It's a mess. you got too many, you got too many components to it. You got too many, too many people lying, playing games, doing some weird, crazy bullshit. You have like Fred Hill and Laura. They have done nothing but change their stories and lie like hell from day one.
But who's going to hold them accountable?
And then you've got Andy and Jody Sue, which Jody Sue's scream was pure bullshit, and she even pulled her son in on it. And then she tried to pull her son in on, getting a restraining order against Andy so she could get the YouTubers to support her ass to get her out of, get her off the fucking hill up there that she was being convicted off of anyway. And he's like, no, you done pulled me into the scream shit, which could, run my life, but you ain't gonna pull me into this. And it's just a bunch of lying bullshit.
Who's going to hold them accountable, PG?
Well, law enforcement sure in the hell ain't, because they ain't never held anybody accountable for nothing, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Tennessee is a very dangerous, especially Hawkins. That place is a very dangerous place because nobody wants to do their fucking job there. Nobody wants to do their job. If you go there, you better be prepared to protect your fucking self, because there is no protection if you don't. There you go.
Yeah.
That's just how it is.
Yeah.
And this little girl, she didn't ever have no protection. She had no protection from her parents because they were the monsters. She had no protection by the neighbors because they were monsters. And she had no fucking protection by law enforcement because they're just ignorant, if you ask me. That's my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. I mean, who's going to hold anybody accountable in that county?
Right. Exactly.
It's kind of pathetic, PG.
No, it's not pathetic. It's sad.
Yeah.
It's sad, Don.
I mean, I don't know where you live, but I mean, you probably live in a county where, they probably strive on a daily basis to do the right thing.
I live in a community that works together as one to protect our children, to take care of things. I live in a very good community where people just don't act like that. I live in a community where people are very educated.
Mm-hmm.
Homes are well taken care of. If you don't take care of things, you're going to pay the price for that. There's rules, there's regulations and everything else. And it's just, it's just a whole different world.
I bet you if this happened in your community, it wouldn't have turned. I bet you if this happened in your county, it probably wouldn't have turned out this way.
Oh, hell no. Absolutely not. If something like that happened where I'm at, you better bet your fucking ass that case is going to be solved, because the community I live in, parents don't do that to their children. Community I live in, the parents love their kids. They care about their kids. They see their kids as a gift from God, and they take well care of their children. And if somebody does something to one of their children, law enforcement's going to do their fucking job, or they're going to wish they did, because they're going to have lawyers raining down on their asses.
Yeah. I don't know. And I guess Lawson's giving it up. I guess he's moving on. But the thing is, I mean, the new guy coming in, he ain't going to do nothing, because he knows if he tries to do something, they'll probably find him hanging from a tree somewhere.
Who, Ronnie?
Yeah, he's not running for sheriff next year.
Ronnie ain't running for sheriff because he's gotten one, too old to be dealing with all this shit. He's too old to be dealing with his son and the embarrassment that his son has put on him.
Yeah, because
his son was a selfish, self-seeking son of a bitch that didn't care what kind of stain he put on his dad's back, knowing that his dad was, the person upholding the law, and took an oath to do, to be fighting against what his son was doing. And he didn't have enough respect for his dad. He didn't have enough respect. First of all, he didn't have enough respect for God and Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit to stay away from, to refrain from being evil like that. But he didn't have no respect for, the child that he did that to, and he didn't have no respect for his own dad that he knew had to uphold the law, and when he was breaking it, you know, it's just a really bad situation. I don't, you know, the Bible tells us that the father is not held accountable for the son's sin, nor the son for the father's sins. I'm not going to hold Ronnie Lawson accountable for what his son done. I mean,
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't think a lot of people know that the Sheriff's Association, the Tennessee Sheriff's Association, they hold an annual event in Sevier County for all the sheriffs in Tennessee. And, you know, I was just like, you know, when Ronnie Lawson shows up, they're like, oh, yeah, you're that sheriff from Hawkins County whose son, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, yeah, that's got to be embarrassing.
Yeah, I'm sure it's very embarrassing. I'm sure it's very embarrassing. But you know what? I don't think Ronnie Lawson would ever touch a child or do anything to a child anyway from her house. That's my opinion.
Right.
I think he has come out, and I think he's, you know, told more of the truth to the people than anybody else would have done on somebody's case. I mean, he's been upfront and forthcoming about everything. I mean, he's the one that just called out bullshit on an abduction. He's the one that said, you know, why did it take you 4.5 fucking hours to call law enforcement? He's the one that's, you know, let everybody know that the real pieces of shit was right there at 110 Ben Hill Road. You know, I have to hand it to the man. He's, you know, when it came to Summer's case, he was upfront and honest and you know, just let the people know how it fucking was.
And something I caught too was Detective Pruitt was like, oh, we're still at square one. We don't know what the hell's going on, yada, yada, yada. Right.
Right.
But the DA is like, oh, we know who's involved. We know who the players are. And we know that this is probably going to go to the grand jury. So I'm like, you got Pruitt acting stupid, but the DA, they've got it all figured out.
Well, you know,
they know who they're going after.
They know exactly who they're going after. They know exactly who they're going after. You know, no doubt in my mind. And they know that this is way bigger than just Don, Candace, and Grandis. They know. I want to tell you something. When Summer disappeared and they took the Wells kids, they went and took Marlena's daughter as well, who was up on the hill.
Yeah, that's what you said. Yeah.
They took her for SA.
Yeah.
They went to Allison's mother's place. They removed all those kids who Allison's own mother was talking about. You know, like I told you, she done made a report that shit was going on up there. They took all of those kids, and then they took Allison's kids as well. Remember, they took all of her kids as well. And I heard, you know, a few more kids were taken that was affiliated with that hill as well. So you know what? They knew that there was some trafficking shit going on up there. They knew that there was some, you know, sedating children stuff going on. They knew exactly what the hell's going on. And they made their rounds and they made sure that they took all of these kids that, you know, they knew about and put them in a safe haven, you know, so nothing more could happen.
Yeah. That kind of speaks volumes too, don't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, you know, law enforcement ain't blind and they're not stupid to what was going on up there. And they're not stupid to, you know, but this is a ring of people. This is a ring of people. This is a motherfucking group, you know, that they're dealing with. They're dealing with something bigger than Don, Candace, and Grandis and one little girl, you know?
Yeah, yeah. I have to say, here's another twist to everything. Kind of worried about Grant. I'm kind of worried about Candace. You think she's going to end up in the ground somewhere behind a hotel in Knoxville?
You mean the pictures is coming out that she's doing?
No, I'm just, about her saying that Don's got something coming to him and he don't know it yet, and Kind of like,
with
you
that,
know,
with that statement, I would suspect he's going to end up somewhere. I think, I think he's going to end up like Dee Dee. But to be honest with you, the pictures and stuff, that's, the way he's soliciting her right now, she may, like you said, the shit that he's doing with her right now, just playing that stuff in the wrong places. She may very well end up somewhere, because if he's truly taking pictures, these kind of pictures of her, then that's who they're trafficking now. That's who they're trafficking now.
Mm.
And it's just a matter of time. What I'm saying is, they're obviously looking for customers for her. And
wow.
She's going to be in those places, and she may end up gone. Absolutely. Hell yeah. He's about to wear that ass out.
It's crazy. It's just plumb crazy. I mean, I can't even wrap my head around all the craziness in this case.
That's all he's got left.
Oh.
And do you think he gives a shit? Do you think a monster that can do what he has done gives a shit about her? Hell no, he don't.
I mean, just when you think you've seen it all in this case.
Man, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Right?
Right?
I'm like, shit, this is like The Guiding Light going on 6 years. Or
right?
Young and the Restless, or,
Don's gonna, he's gonna get his last haul out of that old ass, right? He's gonna get his last haul out of that old ass.
You can't write shit this good.
Uh-uh.
I mean, well, I shouldn't say good, but I mean, it's not good, but I mean, damn.
We know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. You can't
holy crap.
You can't make this shit up.
No.
It's for real. It's for real, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna get off here and go make me a little freezer pizza, and then I'm gonna hit the sack.
Oh man, don't mention food. I'm gonna tell you something.
Have we been on here for 3 hours?
I think we have.
Oh my God.
More than that.
I just happened to look up there at the ticker, and it says 3. I don't know if that's you or if I've been up here for 3 hours or
almost 4.
Dang. Oh yeah, it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
When you get on the live, you just lose time, don't you? When you open up a live, you just lose time. It's like, it's
sitting on the porch talking.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, when I first open up, I'll maybe do some detail about, the stuff going on in the YouTube world. And I'll look up and it's been like 45 minutes, and I'm like, oh my goodness, and I haven't even got to the content yet. And, but I feel, that's where God took us. So, he obviously, that's where we're supposed to go, and we'll get to it when we're supposed to.
Yeah. I didn't even know what your live was about tonight. I just happened to see that you were live and giving Don hell. And I was like, ooh.
Right. Exactly. He went and he tore down all the stuff, and he threatened this woman up, and people were saying that, he had all this, that Ben Hill Road was all, taped off. And this lady that comes in here, she's a real beautiful human being. Her name's Guinea, and she's part of our chat. And she lives close. So her and her brother went out, and they, drove by there and everything. And it's not taped off, none of that stuff. And there is some construction going on, and so forth and so on. But she was, good and gracious enough to go out and, and to investigate it all. And she said that her and her brother's going to go back out and investigate some more. They ran out of daylight, and needed to get, back home, which I don't blame them.
Yeah.
But he said, when they got more daylight, they're going to go out and run over some of the stuff again. And she's been a big help. She's been a big help in Summer's case. And I thank God, that she came here and she's doing all she can do, her and her brother, to help this little girl and really cares about this baby. And God bless her. God bless her and her brother.
She's not seeing law enforcement back at that property or anything.
She knew all about all of that. Went down and so forth. And her and her brother, yes, they did go out there. They did look, and people started telling them, show the receipt, you know how people are all.
Oh yeah.
And when they, the people telling her this don't show anything, right? Like fucking Ziggies and Day Days and all these. Just believe me, but they don't show no receipts. But they want, but they want to be shitty and tell other people how they need to. I could tell them what they could do with their lips.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know it may be if they've been back out there at that property. If they, ain't nobody said if they went back out there. You know what I mean?
I heard they was out there tying up loose ends, and I heard they spent quite a few days out there. Matter of fact, like 6 or 7 days out there doing what they was doing. So
yeah,
it was obviously was a big loose end that they needed to tie up, and I heard the main reason they went there, which was a vehicle, a red truck, and they found it over in Mexico, which had nothing to do with the truck they're looking for. That was a dead end. But in the meantime, something else occurred, and was being looked into and capitalized off of, but can't be really talked about right now.
I went over there to the there's a rest stop over there, right up from Baileyton.
Right.
I think it's the Greenville rest stop on the interstate.
Right.
That's where I flew my drone from. And let me tell you, I got nervous as hell. There was about 20 vultures over one of them mountains. And I was like, if one of them vultures takes off my damn drone, I'm going to be pissed.
Right. you're going to see what you're going to be watching is going over the mountain.
What was that Beaky Buzzard? Remember on Bugs Bunny? No.
Right.
But yeah, I made it. I made it over there, and I thought, well, now my battery's dying, so I'm gonna get what I can and get back. So
right.
But I didn't. I mean, did you see anything weird? Did you look at my footage?
Yeah, I actually did, and it seemed like there was one part of the ground that really looked disturbed. This one part, like away from the house. It was actually right off the road, and like a path running up to it. That particular piece of ground looked disturbed. Here.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Yeah, I'll show you.
Oh, there's now I've got like a bunch more footage. That's just a little snippet of it, but
right here, the ground looks really. It looks.
Oh yeah, I see. Okay, I see now.
It looks just and that path right there between them trees runs down to the road. Now, but the house is far away from this. Like you can access this without anybody up there seeing you. This, they would have no damn idea.
Oh yeah, it's a big property apparently, like 20 some acres.
So but you can see that it does look like that it's been disturbed.
Yeah,
possibly by law enforcement. These trees, I don't know about here where these trees are. these trees look like they're pretty new. They look like they're pretty new, just been put in there, recently.
Yeah.
Because you can tell, you can tell these has been put in recently.
It looks like I'm right there at it, don't it?
Mm-hmm. But
can I tell you something though? I was about a half a mile from that property. That's as far as that's as close as I could get to it.
you did a good
Because
job.
the
You did a
batteries,
good job.
on my drone, the battery will be like, okay, if you want your drone to come all the way back to you, you better turn around and go back, right?
But
So
don't you think the dirt is pretty disturbed around these trees as well for it's pretty disturbed. I'm wondering if while they were, because sometimes they'll bring in bigger trees to put in,
mhm.
and I'm kind of wondering if while they was putting in these trees that you see here, because you can tell they're new trees,
Mhm.
if they didn't possibly run into something, if they didn't run into something that that they asked law enforcement to look at. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think it's got to either be right here, right in here where these trees are, that that something was called out on, or
There's a pond. Okay.
or it had, as you can see this road.
Okay. Yeah. That's another access, dirt access to the property.
Right. Yeah, it's that one part, let me see, back right here. It's that one part back here that's really, I'm thinking this right here because it's got the path that went to the road. That's what I'm thinking. And that's where I believe they kept the hogs.
I don't know how I can do it, but I'd love to send you the full video. It's a little over 2 gigabytes, so it's not going to fit in an email. I probably have to put it in a zip file and send it to you. But I'd love to send you the whole footage because there's like 25 minutes of it. What you're seeing there is just a short snippet of it. You know what I mean?
You should show it. You should show what you got. You should show it on one of your.
I have no idea what to look for. You know what I mean? I was zooming in and looking at this and looking at that, and I didn't even see what you were talking about right there until you showed me.
You look for disturbed ground. You look for paths that look like they're worn down.
Yeah.
Kind of leading from the road. You look for like what might be a septic tank or a drop off. A drop off that like
hell, I was even looking in the woods. Now I was just like, I give up.
Right. And they said they hauled a lot of dirt out of there. So like 6 trucks.
That's interesting what you showed there because it looks like it's freshly disturbed. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So.
Absolutely. And everything helps. All of us, like when you went up there to the horse pond and found those flowers, and then we went up to the cemetery and found flowers on Morrison, Timothy Morrison's grave.
Oh, that was just crazy.
And Don and Candace is visualizing around the swing, put it all together.
Was that the same day?
That was at the same exact time. The same.
So wait a minute. When I was at the horse pond, going out there looking around,
seeing the flowers.
Yeah.
They were visualizing summer with dollar store shit.
I didn't even know that they were up there. I was just like, well, somebody's came up here and put some fresh flowers up here.
And what they did is they went to the horse pond, put flowers. Then they went to Morrison Cemetery on Timothy Morrison's grave and put some. And then they put all these lights and stuff around Summer Swing. Well,
that's crazy.
Basically that tells us the horse pond's where she got on alive.
Yeah. And especially with Candace saying about breaking down on Chris McDonough, The cemetery's where she got buried. And
they were up there, you know, the swing was all that child even owned. The
Yeah.
one real thing she had in life that she loved.
Well,
You
I
know.
mean, that makes sense because I mean that, a cemetery is considered your final resting place. So that, I mean, that,
Well, also they could bury her. They could have put her in there. They could have took her over because they done dug this man's grave.
oh
So
yeah. I mean, I could jump down in a grave already dug. I could jump down there with a regular shovel and dig another foot or two and be back and throw someone in there, cover them up and be back out of there in like 30 minutes.
Exactly. But if you had a backhoe, if you had if you had the thing that you was digging the grave with, you could go down a few more feet and enough to put a tote in there, a black tote, and cover it up, and the black tote wouldn't show anything.
Yeah.
This looks just like dirt.
Nobody would know the better.
Then you put the casket and everything in there, and nobody would know.
Yeah. And if people like, some people are like, well, that's just too crazy of an idea. I'm like, no, Beach Creek, it ain't.
Law enforcement's not going to look in a freshly dug grave for, when everybody knows everybody.
Yeah.
The place they're going to look is in a freshly dug grave for a child. They're over here searching all over Ben Hill Road, and the whole time this little girl is right there, stuck in that grave, getting ready to have a vault put on top of it and a casket put in it in just a couple of days. Well, the vault would have went in on like the 16th or 17th because he was buried on the 18th.
Yeah. I mean, nobody would know the better.
No, nobody would have known.
Yeah. I mean, and people keep, to this day, they keep emailing me and they're like, wouldn't they have seen somewhere down there? And I'm like, no.
Black tote, not in a black tote covered with dirt.
Right. You just don't throw a body in an open grave and leave.
In a black tote like that, a black tote, you ain't going to smell nothing.
Right.
You ain't going to hear nothing. And you ain't going to see nothing.
Right.
Absolutely.
I mean,
and what a better place. What a better place to take someone to destroy them. What a better place to take them than to a water hole. Because you can't hear someone, somebody drowning, you can't hear them scream, right?
Right.
You can hear them scream. It's just impossible. You can't scream underwater.
That reminds me, there's a lot of, there's still to this day a lot of bad activity that goes on up there. I need to go up there and just sit for a few hours and let you guys see what goes on up there.
I'm going to tell you something. If law enforcement, why didn't they interrogate Hunter? Why didn't they pick him up from that ball field and take his ass downtown and interrogate the fuck out of him? Why did they not take Don and Candace immediately downtown and interrogate them? Why didn't they mother freaking pull these motherfuckers immediately?
It's that culture that I'm talking about.
I'm going to tell you about the smartest cops in the world. The smartest cops in the world say, we need to get you downtown and question you on everything before you forget. We need to do it now because everything's fresh in your mind, and we need to get that. And we need to get that before you start forgetting stuff.
Yeah.
You need to go right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Why are these mother freaking cops not that damn smart? I don't think they've been, I don't think these cops are educated in there.
Yeah, I think when FBI finally showed up, FBI's like,
you fucked it up.
Everything's gone to hell in a handbasket now. What can we do?
Right. You done smudged and fucked up and tore up and destroyed everything. You didn't handle this.
I mean, we can do a few interviews, but other than that, ain't much we can do because everything's damn,
There should be a law that every missing child's case is treated like a criminal case until the child is found. When I mean is when they went up on Ben Hill Road, everything the people should have been removed off the hill. Don, Candace, and Grandis should have been separated, took downtown, questioned. Hunter should have been picked up and questioned. Allison's phone, the mother's phone should have been taken, just like the rest of everybody else's phones. And, you know, it should have been.
Well, they act like they can't walk and chew bubble gum at the same time, PG.
Yeah, right. And that's law enforcement. That's law enforcement. Absolutely. You know, I don't know what's wrong with them, but I do know this. The fucking place ain't professional. It ain't professional. It does not run efficiently. Something's very wrong with it.
Oh yeah. And we're still probably, there's a lot more to come in this. It's probably going to shock us. So, I mean, just stay tuned.
Well, I'm going to tell you, you got to thank God that the feds, I'm going to tell you where all the brains is in this operation is with the feds. You know, thank God that the feds is in on it, that they, you know, that the feds are brilliant. The feds are brilliant. They can do shit that law enforcement can't and don't. They really want to get things solved. You know, they want to get the answers. They want to know.
Hopefully the feds was part of that search warrant, and a lot of that stuff went to what is that place in Virginia? Anyway, the feds have got this big elaborate lab in Virginia. I can't think of the name now, but hopefully that's where some of that went.
Molly, you are so silly, girl. My mom, Molly, she's a real case. I love her. She's a real case.
But yeah, I think hopefully it wasn't, you know, messed up too bad. That way they can, you know, do something. Like I said, once the FBI got there, maybe they could just do a few interviews, and they're like, I don't know what else we can do.
The good thing, Don, is they're not giving up.
Right. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
The good thing is,
and they know who to watch.
You know why they're not giving up? They're not giving up on Summer because of us.
Yeah.
Summer's case is too big out here for them to give up on it. It would have been cold. It would have been cold a long time ago if it wasn't for us. And that is what Don Wells is pissed about. That is what Don Wells is upset about. Don Wells is pissed that about this all this new search and everything. He's worried. He's, you know, what I'm trying to say is he wasn't resting easy before. His ass isn't resting easy at all now. And he's taking it out on all of us because he knows that the reason Summer's case hasn't just, you know, dwindled away like he would love it to do is because we're keeping it alive. And as long as we're keeping it alive, law enforcement is going to continue to do everything they can to solve it.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, if there's another year that goes by, if there's another year anniversary, you know, YouTube's going to get with the local news, and it's going to make its way out into the public. You know what I mean?
We ain't giving up. Giving up. And I'm going to tell you, if what they've already done hasn't yielded enough to prosecute the hell out of these people with, then we're going to get back on that gravesite, and we're going to bitch until they check it, because that's their damn job. And the tip came from very reliable sources. Matter of fact, right there off of Ben Hill fucking Road, the bastards that should know where this little girl's at, right? The evil bastards that should know exactly where she's at. That's the mouths it came out of.
Yeah, I mean, I could go to Knoxville and get the equipment to do a side scan through the ground with, but the thing is, I don't know how to read that shit.
Right, and you know who does?
Yeah.
That freaking PI that's out here talking about Summer all the time that don't know shit.
Yeah.
He has all the equipment, but you know what? He wants like 10 grand to come into Tennessee and do it. He
I
wants
mean, I know how to read a fish finder, but when it comes to those things, I have no idea what it's showing me.
If this guy really cares about missing kids, his ass should show up for free. His ass should show up for free and do it pro bono for Summer's sake. He should do it. But you know what? He's just out for publicity, out for, he ain't about that. He ain't about really caring about the kids. He's just out for what he can grab up like anyone else, that's doing this bull, out here, like Benny Keys, Cher, there's a whole damn lot of them. Damn lot of them. He's one of them, in my opinion. My opinion. He's just fucking like them. It's all about self-gain and, his fucking image. And it ain't about the kids at all. Because if it's really about the children and he had all the shit to do it, his ass should have been doing it, right? Because if I had all the stuff to do it and could do it, I'd be there doing it.
But I think PG, we know who to take legitimately and who not to take legitimately. And there's going to be, like, if this thing goes on for another year or two, there's going to be new people come in, and we'll call them Summer's Army, okay? We know who's legitimate and who's not, and they basically just get ignored and they move on. I've noticed that, we know better. We know who the legitimate people are looking into it and trying to help, and who's not legitimate. And, once they see that they're not going to get the attention that they're seeking off of it, they just move on,
Right.
So, yeah, he's probably already moved on, to be honest with you.
CMW says, what are you about? I tell you what I'm about, bitch. I'm about keeping this baby's case alive for over 4.5 years while everybody else ran to all the other cases that, was bigger at the time and was getting all the click, likes, and views. We were right here keeping this baby's case alive. That's that's what we're about. And you know what? You just got a steel-toed boot in the ass, bitch, because I'm going to tell you what, I don't need your shit, okay? I don't need your shit in here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I can probably go buy a Whopper meal off, what is covered in a week. You know what I mean? People's got this notion that you do a video out here, you get thousands of dollars, No, I mean, you might make, $50 a month. That ain't what Dr. Phil's getting. I can tell you that. There's, for people like PG, she is not getting rich.
Hold on,
spreading the awareness for Summer Wells.
Hold on. I owe the CW whatever an apology. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I got it wrong. You gotta excuse me.
Yeah. But yeah, PG, you're not making $10,000 a month off this.
I ain't making nothing.
Exactly. And people.
I ain't making enough to pay StreamYard. I've been out here doing this for 4.5 years, and trust me, it ain't been easy. It cost me a lot to do what I do, but you know what? This little girl's worth it, Don. She's worth it. It's worth it to have her found. It's worth it. I know what I would want, and I wouldn't want people to give up on me. I wouldn't want people to give up on me. I would want them to do everything they could possibly do, to find me, bring me home, and get justice for me. I would want them to give my brothers peace. I would want them to let my brothers know they had nothing to do with it, so they could live their life, freely and righteously in the future. I wouldn't want people to just, to walk off and leave me laying somewhere, let these people get away with what they did. I wouldn't want them to do it. And,
Right.
and I'm not going to do that to that little girl.
I mean, and
I'm here because I really care about these missing kids. I think they don't have a voice. They need a voice, and we got to be their voice. And I wouldn't expect anything less if it was me out there.
yeah. And I mean, do I live out there anymore? No, I don't. But, when the Amber Alert went off and I seen where it was from and I started, reading about it and, getting the information on it, I was like, damn, this, because I lived for, I moved to Kingsport in 1980 and I lived there until 2002. And I was like, we've never seen shit like that before. And I was like, it's just, I was just like, I want to talk about that. And then people liked listening to me talk about it. And I'm like, well, I'll just keep everybody informed and it'll keep her name out there. And that's just, and I've never looked back. But yeah, I mean, the Tri-Cities has never seen shit like this before. I don't think Beach Creek has ever seen shit like this before.
My moms, I keep hearing something about this Meadow person in the chat. If this Meadow person's giving problems, then you know what to do. Give them a steel toe boot in the ass.
Yeah, we got bigger things to worry about. We got bigger things to worry about, don't we, PG?
Absolutely. Boot them. Get them to hell out.
Speaking of bigger things to worry about, I gotta go make me something to eat, PG.
And you know what? I'm going to follow suit. I'm going to tell you, my baby, man, I'm going to tell you, I'm getting big as a house. This kid loves to eat. And the problem is, it's eating through me.
What are you talking about, PG?
Yeah. And I'm going to tell you, I'm starving as well. The more you talk about food, the more I just want to go raid the refrigerator.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you don't know? Oh my gosh. You're like the last. You're the last to hear it. Oh, let me tell you, my baby's been getting attacked out here. My baby
Did you have a baby?
Not yet. And that's the sad thing. It's my unborn child. It's my unborn child.
Oh, you're pregnant. Oh, okay.
And that Day lady, she has done nothing but attack my unborn child. It just sat over there. You know what they did last night? Let me tell you what they did. They put an ultrasound up with a dog, saying it's my baby, saying that my unborn child's a dog. Can you believe that?
And they wonder why nobody watches them.
This is what, right? This is what I got to tolerate. This is what I got to tolerate out here. And I don't know why, but I really just don't care. I really just don't care.
I mean,
how all I do when I seen that, I laughed. You know why? Because all I saw was their jealousy, their hatred, their ugly, their poison.
I was watching a YouTuber that had like millions of followers talk about the Summer Wells case years ago, and she talked about the people. I know she's talking about the small community of goofballs covering it over here, and that's all it is. It's just a small community of goofballs, and
right?
I have made it a point from here on to not associate with. I don't associate Oh, you're probably about the only OG YouTuber in the Summer Wells case I associate with.
I'm going to tell you, I know, like that Day, she was over there last night screaming, I love Donald. I love Donald. He ain't done nothing to me. Oh, you just worried about he ain't done nothing to you? You don't care what he did to this 5-year-old child? You don't care how they used and destroyed all of these children through many years, destroying all kinds of different children. You don't really give a damn.
You can't.
We know where she stands, right? We know where she stands.
But you ain't gonna. I know, but you ain't gonna be able to fix it. I mean,
you can't fix evil. You can't fix evil.
So
it has to exist. It has to exist.
I can't take part in stupidity anymore. So I've quit dealing with probably 90% of the YouTubers that I used to deal with.
I'm going to tell you, we got a lot of good ones. JLR, Justin, Snappy, Dolly. We got a whole lot. Bullhorn Betty, I like her. She does what's right for the kids. But you have, like you said, you have that Cher and Ziggy and that Day. You have a few that, man, they ain't even worth listening to. They're not even worth listening to. They're fucking woo-wooers and weirdos and and I don't even want to associate myself with that kind of garbage, right?
Yeah. So I quit mentioning them. I quit talking about. And I'm happier.
Amen. You're exactly right. You're exactly right.
I mean,
I told my husband last night, I said the baby must take after you. Right.
Yeah.
It must take after your side of the family.
Right.
It was a dog.
Lord.
He was staring at me. I'm gonna tell you, the look on his face, priceless.
Lord. Well, I've missed a bunch with you, PG. Man. So, but yeah, I'm gonna get off here and go get me something to eat, and we'll do this again some other evening and catch up. I need to catch up with you. I'm in shock now. I didn't know you was pregnant.
Yeah, sure am. Big as a house.
So,
I'm gonna tell you, the only way that I could go out before the kid is if I turn around backwards.
Well, and instead of being a negative goofball idiot about it, I'm gonna wish you well. Hope the baby's doing good, and I just hope your whole family's doing good. I'm gonna give it a positive spin. How's that?
Amen. I appreciate it too. I appreciate it.
Yeah, not only the baby, but your whole family. I hope everybody's doing good.
I'm gonna tell you, I wanted to put a picture. I wanted to put a picture of it out, so people could see it. But after, and I worried. I thought had second thoughts on it, thinking that because of the way they were, attacking the baby so much, I thought, oh my God, what would they do, to this baby's picture if I was to put it out there? They're so evil. And look what they did with that ultrasound. Look what they did. It wasn't my ultrasound because I ain't putting an ultrasound out here. But look what they did. Look, they're just evil. They're just they're so
well, and you got to look at where it's coming from, PG. I mean, it's a bunch of 3-year-old
unborn kid.
It's a bunch of PG. It's a bunch of 3-year-olds.
They wanted me to be, Granny Clamp it so bad that it hurt to know I'm not now, right?
Yeah.
They're just.
It's a bunch of 3-year-olds, PG. It's all it is.
It's a bunch of twisted minded, evil mental pieces that are obsessed with, with other people's lives instead of taking care of their own. That's the problem.
And I guess they're considered drama channels. And the best thing, the best way to handle that is to starve them and not even mention them.
You know what? You're right. You're right. But you know, the way they're attacking, it's hard to do. It's hard to do when they're attacking your child like that. You know, that's hard to do.
Yeah,
That's
but
hard to do.
I mean, they're gonna. I know. I know what you're saying. But I mean, it's. I mean, it's the internet, and unfortunately, people in mental institutions can have access to it these days.
Right. And I went down if a few of them ain't there, broadcasting from one of them places.
I mean, hell, they probably got it in some of the prisons, and there's probably prisoners in there acting like they're somebody. Said, "Watch this! I'm gonna piss off this lady. Watch this."
Probably not though, because the reason they're loose like this is because they shut all the mental institutions down. Right?
Oh yeah,
They shut them all down. That's why they're able to be here now.
Yeah. But yeah, just surround yourself with positive people and nice people, genuine people, and you won't even have to look back at that point.
Exactly.
So, but yeah, I wish everybody well, and I'll holler at you. I'll holler at you in a little bit.
Hey, before you go, what did you think about Candace being with that woman Dee Dee at the time of her death?
See, I didn't know nothing about that until.
What did you think about her not giving no CPR, not calling 911, just sitting there letting this woman die, and then poking her to make sure she was, and then go sit on a sofa, wait for her husband to come home. Then they don't call 911 for a couple hours. Then after they call them, they keep it a secret for 3 or 4 weeks until she's cremated. And Candace is answering the phone, lying, saying the woman's asleep or she isn't there, and lying up until she's cremated. What do you think about all of that?
Neglect.
And she lived with this woman's husband for 3 or 4 weeks after the lady passed away.
Maybe it's
the woman's car.
Maybe it's
all her stuff.
Maybe it was an opportunistic neglect that came along. Like I said, it was an opportunity for her again to be neglectful, and maybe that lady will actually take information that she didn't want getting out to the grave with her. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And you know what? I think Candace seen, like you said, opportunity to be with this woman's husband, opportunity to have what this woman had. I mean, she got her car, she got a bunch of stuff. She's pretty much running that man's life. She's right now running between Don and this Fred guy. And, it's just a real mess. It's a real mess. And this lady's in the grave, and in my opinion, I think that there was some coolant used.
Oh, okay. But I mean, there's
they don't look for that. They don't look for that. That's a special blood test. And Candace didn't want anybody knowing anything about this Dee Dee passing away, because she didn't want nobody calling the hospital saying look for foul play, play, because then that test would have been done, and if they found something, her ass be in prison.
It just seems like when you talk about Candace, it just seems like neglect and Candace go hand in hand, don't it?
It sounds to me like people don't last very long around.
Well,
Candace.
Maybe some violent tendencies too.
Mm-hmm. And this Dee Dee lady, a couple weeks before she passed away, she said that Candace had been being rude and mean to her, and she kind of wished she wouldn't have ever allowed her around, and she was really hoping to get rid of her.
I mean, it could have very easily happened to Kathy the friend too.
Kathy the friend supposedly was in intensive care right after this Dee Dee lady passed away. Candace supposedly took Dee Dee's car and went visiting up to Kathy the friend. Kathy the friend ended up in intensive care unit, which I find very suspicious as well. If indeed she did end up in there like that.
Yeah, it's weird how these people idolize the Wells, ain't it?
You know what? Well, the Bible tells us that, you know, in the last days that, you know, righteousness will be taken as evilness and evilness will be taken as righteousness, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I seen what was it at that tree event? I seen, what was his name? Ryan Finds Truth. I seen him over there laughing next to Don Wells, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Like old friends there for a minute, right?
I'm like, I was like, WTF? What the? I had to look again. I had to make sure it was him, right?
Right.
And I'm like, do we have another one that's going to be kissing his ass?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if Ryan was actually, because when Don got ugly with that woman, Ryan and, you know, Chillbilly and Ryan took him out, you know.
Okay. But just seeing him laughing, you know, just standing next to Don laughing, and I was just like, what the hell?
I mean, I don't get along with Ryan too good,
Yeah.
but I was glad he was there to protect, you know, Nana's angel.
Right. Yeah.
Nana for life. Nana for
Yeah.
life. You know, because she didn't deserve, you know, what Don did to her. Don likes to go after women. He likes.
So did he really tear up that lady's flyers?
Oh, absolutely. He tore up everything. He tore whatever she put there. It's gone.
I made sure I said I done a video about it, but I made sure in my video I said alleged, because I don't know if he did or not, you know.
Oh yeah, he did it. He told him he did it. Yeah.
And hell, they should have got him for damn, was it just a misdemeanor for destruction of private property or something?
Actually, it was on his property. And yeah, I guess it was on his property.
I thought it happened at the mall.
No, she was going up there to his property, putting things, and he asked, you know, that's what the argument was about, as you know, to stop doing it, to stay away from the property. Because see, Don's upset because, you know, because people come by there and all of that stuff that they're putting at the bottom of his property is singling his home out as where the little girl disappeared. And they don't want that. They don't want to be singled out like that. And, you know, so he's tearing everything up. I mean, if you didn't do anything to your child, why would you care? Why would you, you know, what I'm saying is, if I had a missing child, I'd want my house to be singled out. You know, I would want all of this stuff so people will know that I really want my child found, that I really care, and you know, something needs to be done. But him and Candace, they're fighting in the wrong direction. They're fighting, you know, they're fighting against Summer instead of for her.
I thought that lady had brought some flyers to the Fort Henry Mall where the tree thing was, and he ripped them up, a few of them.
No, I didn't hear nothing like that.
Okay. But they just, so what was why did they have to escort him out?
Because he told her to stop coming on his property doing that stuff.
Oh, so he kind of got rowdy, kind of getting loud.
Well, he didn't only tear up her stuff, but he tore up Dee Dee's stuff too. The stuff that Dee Dee put there.
Yeah.
He tore everything that Dee Dee put up there as well.
So he was basically just getting loud at the mall at the Christmas tree thing.
No, he was getting, I guess he's getting pretty ugly. And but I think that's what they came there for. I think they came there to do what they
Well, that's what I'm saying. They can do all that shit, but they can't go do anything back in the day to get their kids back.
Yeah, he told her to take the things to CPS instead of bringing them, around his home and stuff, to take him to CPS. That's what he told her.
Yeah, he don't like CPS right now because they CPS is going to hand him his ass whenever time comes to go to trial.
Right. Exactly. He's going to get what's coming. Him and Candace both, they're going to get what's coming to them in due time. I'm going to tell you, the Bible says, yeah, I truly believe in God. I leave it, I leave a lot to God. I should leave everything, but I leave as much as I can, to him. And the Bible says, I'll measure it up and pour it back upon you. Let it be good or bad, I will pour it back upon you. So, all this evilness shall be poured back upon them. You don't get, they ain't nothing, that anything that goes over the devil's back is going to come under his belly.
Yeah. Hey, when they had that car accident down below their house, that car accident?
Right.
And
One guy
that boy,
died. Right. One guy died, the other one lived.
Yeah. I tell you what, I mean, that being so close to my house, if I was Don and Candace, man, I'd have been getting right the next day.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. What I found freaky is Candace was outside. Candace was outside filming it all like she'd been waiting. She knew it was coming. That's what's scary. Right?
Next thing you know, lightning's going to be striking 10 feet from them.
What was she looking? Why was she out there so early? And what the hell was she looking in that direction for?
Was it before they crashed?
It seemed like she was filming. I mean, she seemed to be filming, before anything showed up. She seemed to be there. So
that's crazy.
I don't know.
That's crazy, ain't it?
Yeah, it's just kind of as Don would say, kind of elusive, right?
I'm telling you, PG, you can't make this shit up.
You can't make it up. But I'm going to tell you what, the direction they wrecked over there is the direction of Morrison Cemetery. Does she come out in the mornings and look over there where her daughter's at?
Oh, it is, ain't it?
It sure is. Was that why she was up so early looking that direction? There you go. Man,
I'd be like Candace, I think God's trying to get our attention here.
Well, her alcoholic ass drinking till 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning ain't going to be up that time when an accident happens. Yeah. Right? I mean, you just got to think about that.
Is she still drinking?
Hell yeah.
I'd hate to see what that girl. Well, hell, it's a wonder Dawn still's got a liver.
You know something? She has to be drinking if she's standing out in the wilderness with her britches off. Letting Dawn take pictures. You know what I'm saying?
Easy, PG. Easy now. I gotta go to bed in a minute.
You got to be on something. Be out there with the damn britches off.
Don't be scarring my PG. I gotta go to bed here in a little bit. Don't be giving me nightmares.
Letting your backside run free.
Easy, PG. Easy.
I'm telling you.
I'm gonna have night terrors now.
Right? I was so happy when I saw, you do not understand how happy I was when I seen, Justin had a sign over that ass, because I was like, oh my gosh, that could have marked my baby. I could have marked my fucking baby seeing this. Right?
Oh, I'm over here in tears, PG. I'm sorry.
Could you imagine your kid having an ass that looked like hers? Oh my freaking God.
Damn. You got me over here in tears, PG. Oh Lord, that's funnier than shit.
That is, whoa. I would not want to see that ass.
Right, yeah. But yeah, whew, I'm gonna give it some time. I'm gonna give it some time before I go to bed now. But
Yeah, me too. We'll have to blame that night. We're gonna have to blame that nightmare on whatever we grab out of the refrigerator.
I don't want to have to explain to my wife that I had a nightmare about Candace.
Her ass. Beep, beep, beep. Wide load backing up.
Oh Lord!
Right? Double
Of all the women to dream about, it would have. That's the last person I want to have a dream about.
How do you think Don Wells headlines that?
Damn.
When he's trying to get customers. How's he headlining that? You know, looking for a double load. Right. How would you like to plaster up this crack? I don't know.
Hazmat crew needed.
Right. Exactly. Bring the chisel. only 40, 50 pounds worth of dirt. Right.
That reminds me, you ever watch that movie Norbit?
Yeah.
Remember when where's Fuchsia coming? He's like, officer down.
Right.
Lord.
That was funny as hell. That movie was funny as hell.
What was that woman's name? Red Fuchsia. That was what it was. Red Fuchsia.
Oh shit.
Oh Lord. I show bitch how to go down a water slide. Oh Lord. Yeah, that would be Candace at the Wetlands Water Park in Jonesboro.
Right.
Oh my God.
Tidal wave. Oh,
I'm over here in tears. Well, Paige, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night.
all right, sweetie. I appreciate you coming up and hanging out with me.
Well, you take care.
You too.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. All right, you guys. PG's going to head out of here too. I think I've kept you guys long enough. But please keep those prayers going up. Keep them going up for Summer, Moon, Utah, Wells. Keep them going up in the name of Jesus. Amen. Keep them going up for Michael. Keep them going up for Sebastian, Jack and Lily, little Emmanuel. These children, they need our prayers more than anything in the world right now. So let us pray in the name of Jesus Christ. Pray for one another as well, you guys. A family prays together, stays together. Make sure tonight you bow your head, you fold your hands. Pray for these missing kids. Pray for one another. And if you have a little time left, pray for me and mine in the name of Jesus. Good night, everybody. God bless. Much love.